Okay, it, it looks like the power's just having issues. Storms are like that, so we'll see how it goes this time. Hell, this shit. Uh, fucking psychos, bro. What the fuck? Huh. That's interesting. God dang it. Alright, psycho, carry on. Bloody hell. Alright, weirdos. They just wild. Okay. Yeah, we ain't gonna do that. I'm telling you what, there's flavor differently today. Apparently, I was supposed to notice this shit or something. I just now noticed it. It's really how much of a damn I give. Holy shit. Fucking Fruit Loops, bro. Pretend ones that. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, I fucking cannot. Goddamn fucking Fruit Loops. Swear to God. Y'all on your tragedy pimp bullshit and your years long efforts of fucking Fruit Loop shit. Fucking messy ass shit. Stupid shit. I ain't playing in this shit. God, Jesus Christ, an idiot. They play too much, y'all. They play far too fucking much. And I gotta tell you, 0 times, I just can't move. Just can't. And I'm not gonna. All you who want to get wound up in some more shit, probably like slave shit, go ahead and touch some Fruit Loop smelling shit like this thing has been at this for years that I've been ignoring. Certain tragedy pimps will need to pay attention to as all its shit fucked up. It is proclaiming to be basically wit sick, got all that shit fucked up now and fucking got security clearances and shit, but once it's all to believe it's online and contacted me under like 55,000 accounts with all the same fuck shit for years that I've ignored. And through PayPal eventually after changes were made to YouTube. And so then jumped PayPal doing the same fuck shit. I finally was like, fuck it, and blocked it over there. Anyway, y'all want to buy it? You go right ahead. I'm not playing into it. Okay. Apparently, it's losing its full shit over everything. Definitely has that jump up and down, pick me donkey ass flavor, screaming in the fields, misery esque type of shit like the Lady R. Sailors and Caesars. And some sort of fuck stick game, and I can tell you TM's hands, chasing all the rest in this fuckery right here. Have been, I've done that for quite a while, because they wanted my head turned to this garbage and stuff around OB and whatever. Y'all go right ahead and get yourselves, as creators or individuals out there, wound up in some more fuckery where somebody's proclaiming to be undercover, kept safe, security clearances, all that shit, because it's been doing that for years. Once, namely me, to buy that shit about like pinning them did a fake Fed. I'm past. Y'all go around ahead and get yourselves wound up that shit though. Ain't gonna be me. That being said, this thing is in its feels. Looks like I got a whole manifesto back here waiting, and I'm just fucking ignoring. It looks like what's weird though is it continues to pretend it's all pissed at CZ while CZ was going, and the only one to really give it any lift off. You know, and that it chose to comment on this post of mine in the background, the one I don't know how long ago about Rojo, Birdie, etc. Fizzle, the gang post, yeah. Anyway, it's changed and added to its name as well. Oh boy, feels all threatening and shit. But it looks like yesterday, I guess I was supposed to notice this yesterday. I didn't until right before I come on. And now I've noticed the mention section. Damn, it's went full psycho mode over here. But anyway, yesterday it looks like I got a comment saying, where the fuck are you tonight, Jody? Let's talk about how fucking crazy I am. Man, I don't think we need to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it with you, but I guess I was probably supposed to come live or something and give it airtime. It really probably wants attention after several years. You know, threaten me all you like, say the craziest shit you have been for years back here. You know, nah. You carry on, bro, with whatever the fuck all these threats and changing personality is after you finally pick up that and you're doing whatever it is you're doing or supposed to be doing. Bitch, you ain't worth my time. No. We ain't gonna play in that shell universe again, and I don't need no more silly type of shit in mine. And y'all ain't gonna play it. You and the rest of the hive, fuck off with all that shit. I got no. Feds are about to figure out why the fuck you wandering around talking about being kept in safety, but somehow on YouTube contacted me, all this other shit, and having security clearances and shit, okay? You You're fucking stupid. Fucking idiots. And anybody playing with it's fucking stupid. But yeah. Y'all go right on ahead as creators and others messing about with it. And get yourselves wrapped up in some shit like that. I'm sure it won't end well. Um, I've refused to fuck around with it. And I refused to take the bait and fuck around with it. And I was being sort of pointed towards it after chasing shit and TM shit. After WB supposedly died or whatever. I'm not fucking around with it. No, sir. But anyway, yeah, as you can see, it's, I guess a day ago. It wanted attention if I come live then. That way, probably Chris, let's pretend to hate too, could get some more views. It ain't gonna happen. Alright? So, nope. And you see the whole fucking manifesto series in the background. Holy shit, bro. God. I'm just gonna do you a favor and block your ass. Tragedy pimp, goofball, drama tool to have another arc around this motherfucker. Hell no. Not today, Satan. So anyway, as you look, one of these days we'll add all the damn things this one's done, maybe, but years of it that I've ignored entirely, for the most part. So, just kept cataloging it. But yeah, y'all want to fuck around and find out, like, opinion, go ahead and start fucking with that. It's gonna be out on y'all this time, but all of y'all gonna leave me the fuck out of it. You know what I mean? Hell no. And if you expect me to buy this shit, I never was, just like the fake Fed, never going to. And I ain't buying this bullshit. Okay? And this is clearly one of those just like the Heathers, the R's, the CZs that they just, I can't. And they're worth playing it. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Damn. I'm serious, y'all see the goddamn manifesto back here and shit it's pumping out. That's weird for somebody who for so many years, no matter what's been on, back here like, oh, blah, 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 and here's helping, this is helping, blah, 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 and he's manifesto thing, right? But then suddenly, then it swaps to this. I'm like, what the fuck? You know? After suddenly turning rabid, my god, now all of a sudden I'm whatever. Bro, if you could compare what it's been saying to me in these giant books of mixed up gobbledygook for years to what it's doing now in the past couple days under this newest name, bro, you'd know what kind of a fucking joke this is and what it's doing and who's likely behind it and no. I'm telling y'all, y'all go ahead, you get involved with it. Alright? If you want to be answering questions at some point, because some motherfucker, again, in Summer's case, must be obtaining security clearance, but also special protections from this. And you know what it actually wanted? Near around, what Big Eyes rate and all that stuff. there at last when it started contacting me, and the PayPal leading up to all that, pretending to be WB's family and all shit, and she's it was like, I can't with it, okay? And then TM tried to do something. I just, no. But what it wanted was me to stop talking about greenhouse, because somehow me talking about greenhouse put it in danger, and that's why it was already being protected by the feds and several whoever been protecting them for years. They had to change their identity and all this other shit because of this group, but yet they're on YouTube contacting me where they're all messaging me about hackers and stalking. Yeah, okay. Do you see the problem here? Once again, much like the fake fit. Do you see the problem? Y'all wade into those murky waters if you want to. It ain't gonna be me this time. I don't give a shit about the threats, the garbage this thing's putting out, that some of you being tagged in this shit can see is nonsensical at best. Illiterate fuckery. It's insane. Okay, it's meant to be that way. It's something that's used as part of crap for years. Y'all go right on ahead and you get yourself involved in this fuckery. But I will not be playing in this or with this character. I do not respond to it ever really. I think I responded one time in PayPal maybe. Trying to sort of get an answer for who, what, whatever. It was when it was going by Wendy. This one was supposed to, and it, okay, with it. And by all accounts, this thing is actually supposed to be, at that point, it was actually supposed to be from a couple of lines I read. When it went there and changed to that name, it was actually supposed to be family to Big Eyes. You know, shit. And watching her pass on his butt was hinting at that. Now it's supposedly opposite. It says me and Big Eyes are targeting it. Y'all go ahead and you play with that. Get yourselves up shit creek with that paddle. About like that thing. That's all y'all. Anybody wants to fuck around with that, you go right ahead. All I know is that shit's part of some tragedy pimp arc, setup-y, fuckery, shit, just a fucking do fuck shit, okay? That's it. And for distraction right now. No, I'm not. I'm not doing it. So, normal I ever give it time of fucking day. Though it seems happy the other day that there was some 2 hours spent on it. What's wild is Heather Lynn is right below it, saying basically the same thing in the manifestos, right? All up in her fucking fields, too. And that in itself has a feel to it. Well, this one's different in that way, and this one's been pretending it's under protections and whatever because of Green Eyes and all these other people in this group, and then it wanted me to shut up about Green Eyes. You remember when I was like, why is it Green Eyes? This is no longer heard from this, the other, and CZ's yelling and popping up as these accounts are created and shit. All of a sudden, I was supposed to shut up about Green Eyes because somehow I put this person in whatever. And now it's acting like, it doesn't add up. None of the math on this particular bunch of fuckery adds up, and they've been waiting years for attention on it. Y'all go right ahead. I'm not getting involved in it. I don't want shit to do with it. The only reason I've ever, like, I literally record what it's putting back here when it pops up. And, other than that, I've ignored shit of it. That's what I'm going to continue to do. So, as you can see, it's real fucking angry about, well, you can't because I'm not showing you. I'm not giving any more airtime. But, yeah, so we've covered that little piece of shit for today. And it'll probably be the last time. And I did hear that conveniently enough, this thing was like, where the fuck are you doing? And sounding a whole bunch like a certain gel pen lady. Wild gel pen ladies over here behind the scenes too. I just, nah man. And it was CZ apparently is the one that picked it up. And there's pretend anger at that one too. And, yeah, whatever. I don't fucking know. No. Nope. Mm-mm. It looks like it wanted to. Nope. Nah, I don't. I'm sure it'll make a somehow appearance on somebody somewhere. And I'm still not gonna play in it or with it. Y'all go right ahead though. If you like. If you want to get wound up in whatever fucking mess that is, you go right ahead. Ain't gonna be me. And there are a few things I've been able to figure out about certain things around that whatever. I'm sure it'll go someplace eventually. And I'd say any of you idiots pretending such for years where it concerns any of us on devices clearly watched, seen by law enforcement and feds, and probably kept hotter than the fires of hell, at least to our knowledge, have to be a special type of stupid anyway. And you're talking about your special protections and blah blah blah, and security clearances and blah blah blah. I gotta be a special type of stupid. You know what kind of fucking tools and tracking? Like, are you stupid? Or just plain fucking ignorant? God damn. Fuck's wrong with you people? So yeah, any of you creators who want to, I guess, follow your own fears and end up with like a 3-year fucking arc surrounding, and LE and Feds asshole deep and knocking on everybody's door and 60 creators trying to skirt away from crimes and said shit because you associate with some, you go right ahead. No. Nope. Man, I ain't gonna be this. Hell no. And it's all the same fucking group, really. Doing both is all you really need to know. They're circling that drain hole like shit, bro. So anyway. Like, you'd have to be stupid to buy that shit. Or to get involved with it. I don't care which way that. You just can't. But y'all go right in. Be your own decision makers out there. I don't think it's worth it for a little bit of content, do you? Or targeting any of us around some shit with that fucking thing, or bringing about some content for y'all to feed. I don't think that level of fuckery is worth it. But some of you desperate out there, so whatever. You want to play more sloppy, messy shit? You, y'all grown. You do you. I'll tell you. I've done the best thing possible for years with it. And I don't fuck with it. I compile it. And I ignore the shit out of it. And I don't read those damn books that it writes. And all the nonsense it ever puts out. And anything else, I just don't. It ain't worth no fucking effort or time, and I ain't getting wound up in or around no shit like that. So, even it talking about how everybody took its shit or that it gave info on this there so people could do X with this bullshit. Because, I know my ass, I was like, no, bro, it ain't worth. Yeah. And then you know what? Times it's like, this is some tragedy pimp affiliated shit, wanting your eyes on this, and instead of that, distracted with garbage ass books written like this, and then possibly bringing this about as a character and leading you and feeding you, and there you are involved. Hell no, bro. You don't mess me with that shit for several years running. But y'all do you out there. If you want to be in some sloppy fucking mess, you go right ahead. Alright, so on to more important things that do make shit in the world. Okay? Not that things like that don't, in the way of breaking down tragedy event cycles, garbage, and whatever, but either way, there are far more important, larger things in this realm. One of those being Ryan can't find his ass with both hands. And by important, I mean he's useless. And he's a terrible human being. And full on tragedy pimping, and I think that Jenny and Adrian built it up, and he'd been here the whole time anyway for all these years, him and wifey both, and then Tia made sure to turn eyes to it at a certain point, and it wasn't lost on me. It was wild after a certain point in all this. Because I seen things this the other, but they did back. Hey, Judge said, hey, here's all the stuff. Will you look over there, Diamond, get distracted. And I'm like, alright. What do you want now, motherfuckers? What's your arc? What are you doing? Ryan was much the same, you know. I was like, then I did one live. It took 4 seconds to be like, yeah, this motherfucker, and he's motherfucker, and in around Summer's case. This shit don't add up. Spelling this is all wrong. Damn, this is pretty blatant evidence of fuckery and built up, so I'll call it out. Oh my god, what a shocker. And they wanted my head turned towards it. Oh wow, golly gee. Wonders will never cease. You know? Yeah, whatever. And I did live or two, and I called it today, you know? Anyway. Then I just refused to fuck with it anymore. And then, right? So, now Ryan here seems a bit confused. So we're gonna help Ryan find fucking truth out. Because fuck that dude in particular. Just because he's one of so many, isn't he? Now, Ryan here. Oh, Ryan. This dumb bag of shit. But is he though? I don't know. I guess people can make it make sense. Has such hard-hitting questions and conspiracy theories as because I ain't touching this or giving a click review. He's got, you know, this garbage up. Yeah, fuck. And that hand deception where right was Zig and Cher on coming out of the box, you know, just, nah, I don't think so, you know what I mean? Alright. God, the mother and daughter psychic, I just can't with that. Bless our souls. It gets worse by the day. What a man of discernment. Alright. So Ryan here has this. Something's not right. Girls keep disappearing in East Tennessee. What's going on? And then, of course, he has pictures of at least 5. He also has Layla and Ollie. Yeah, anyway, so. Yep. There he is, going full conspiracy theory, going, oh, there's so many myths in East Tennessee. What's really going on? You know, for the time range he's looking at here with these cases, there's far more than 5. And it's not above, you know what, you just can't, this dumbass, okay? It's not like Ollie's vanished from the same location, not even remotely. But if you make it sound like it's all related, somebody write up where summer is, all that something, and you conspiracy theory, you know, all the shit, right? And you make it sound like a thing, well, people are gonna think it's a thing. Now, here's the problem with all this. I'm not sure that Ryan's ever looked up statistics. I know he wants to sell his shit to people, right? And be like, oh, what's going on? All the girls and children, everybody, they're disappearing from East Tennessee. Now, violent crime rate down in Tennessee is still 1.6 times higher than national average. FBI says that was June of this year. June, Ryan. June. What do you think the violent crime stats consist of? What types of violent crime? Anyway, also, you could probably look up what are the stats for domestic violence in Tennessee. That might be helpful to you. Not that you really give a shit about that, but the number of victims rate per 100,000 population in 2020, there were 69,646 domestic violence victims reported to Tennessee law enforcement agencies. This represented about 1,076 victims for every 100,000 persons in the population. Um, and then Tennessee women in rural areas more likely to be domestic violence victims. That was like the nationwide average is 1.29 per 100,000 women. Tennessee's rate was 2.01 per 100,000 women in 2017, the most recent year for which data is available. Rural Tennessee County takes new approach. It's a good article from ProPublica. It was published August of this year. But it's titled Rural Tennessee County Takes New Approach to Domestic Violence Cases. It's a really good read. Scott County changed a bunch of things. But anyway, Tennessee also has one of the highest rates of violent crime in the nation. Anyway, I'll tell you how most women and children vanish and go missing or end up dead, right? They end up dead at the hands of men or drugs, both of which are prevalent in rural and East Tennessee and contribute to the highest rates of the nation for these things here. Domestic violence, violent crime. Yeah. But old big ass, badass LA, New York, and Chicago, am I right? Hell no. Y'all. This is how women in more rural areas or places like East Tennessee or even across the nation go missing. Most women and children go missing or get murdered by violent or predatory men. Some involvement with their vanishings or disappearances, or even semi-runaway shit. Brian, no kidding. No kidding, man. I know that locally, it's a good possibility at least one of the faces you're showing there, that's exactly maybe what's happened, you know. Now, I don't know why in the fuck, and y'all make this make sense, as him, Jenny, Adrian, etc. trying to get involved in, well, no, not trying, they are asshole deep to a giraffe tampering with other cases here locally. They're such fucking advocates, you know, that for several years, all of them and those inserting in and around these cases, including most and very likely committed by. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Same time, Jenny, Adrian, and Ryan have all licked the asshole of and sucked the dick of a man who is admitted to some of the worst abuses on earth to women and children. They went around white knighting it, cleansing for it, following it around. Ryan's even went about helping Monster abuse me openly in the public and done hit pieces. Just get his ass up on 125. He's cleansed the asshole of a known and admitted abuser with orders in place and cussed the fuck out of me Even recently, in the past few days, over in CZ's No Eyes, when made the world think, you're not being stopped. Why, clearly we are by another known violent man to women and children by the name of Fred and others. Okay, we all know this to be true after all these years. That clearly the stalking of us is real. I'm not crazy. No drug involvement, no anything. It's real. It's really happening. Okay. And they sit there and admit to it. Y'all see the pictures of it, and then people are like, no, no, but Ryan's trying to help feed out that narrative while a dangerous individual is clearly doing it, and he's helped one get by with shit and fuck with shit and put out targeted pieces towards I and my family, and even in recent days, fucked with me with our abuser and otherwise. Still yet, openly and out in the public, while pretending to be a fucking advocate. Him, Jenny, Adrian, pretending they care about another, case or two around here that feature, the likelihood of, yeah, yeah, no. Now, they've helped a known and admitted woman and child abuser continue to do that, and they've helped abuse, and they have abused right alongside of, and targeted survivors of, done the dirty work for goddamn known, admitted monster, and paid and swapped money and everything else. What's played hands off, they tamper with the courts, law enforcement, our sidelining cases, everything else, to make sure there was no safety or that the kids and I weren't, believed or taken seriously or they could get things fucked. I mean, like, it's insane what these people have done. And here they are in more cases. So, for the time that Ryan's been out in the open with Jenny and Adrian and the crew, and with Monster following everywhere it goes, if you really think about it hard, just Ryan's association with Monster, while it pretends to give a shit about not just Summers, who domestic violence and otherwise played a role in her life, but ours and these other cases him and Jenny and Adrian are involved in, and just Jenny and Adrian's and anybody else's who's played with Monster, it's always made you look like goddamn jokes. For those who paid attention, it taints all of you all forever in a way that nothing else could. There's so much ample evidence of it. Imagine being the families of other missing and murdered women and children, especially females, and you've got Jenny and Adrian and fucking Ryan inserted, wanting in your family members' cases, and then you can clearly see that everywhere they go, Monster goes, and then everywhere Monster goes, they are. And they make sure to clean for it and target and help fuck with survivors of it. Is that really somebody you ever want? Being an advocate for your family member or making you try to think that they're out for the... Like, seriously? All you ever gotta do is point that out to any family or case they're inserted in and around, and I'm gonna bet you those people knowing that, and you just play the clips of Monster being like, I've done even worse than that to her than what I've shown publicly. I think that's enough for any family or victim, survivor, especially female or child, to go, yeah, these people aren't. They'd help a goddamn motherfucker that would kill women and children, literally. But judges have seen fit to have orders placed on them for years, They'd help one of those before they'd actually find one. they'd help a motherfucker like that further abuse and target and torment their victims for cash and access to, and they would help harm and target children and survivors of, and try to access, before they. And I hope that anybody else, those three especially, try to get near, are made aware of just that fact alone, what they've been doing for a very long time with that fucking monster and around it, and that includes chasing the rest of the crew. Um, so, yeah, I don't know about you all, but I think Ryan needs to look over and be like, well, shit, maybe women and children die because, well, monsters, abusers, especially those are known and admitted. And well, fuck, I've been helping one. Oh fuck, wait, I can. Oh hell, I don't know, right? It might be because dudes like you help men like that. Might be because you cleanse asshole for tamper with shit, target their survivors. And then if y'all care if anybody, no, you don't care. They'll even help abuse their survivors and those still attempting to survive the abuses that you all commit for them while they play hands off and clean, clear, and under control for years to get access to in this city. Yeah, that's how women end up in body bags or vanished children. What's going on in East Tennessee? Why are so many disappearing? Yeah, something's not right, Ryan. It's people like you and your ability to turn a blind eye to or help abusers. Known monsters. Pal around with them. Tragedy pimps, making money for them, helping them out. Helping them. No, it's bad enough society and regular dudes and shit do that. It's even worse when it's tragedy pimps pretending to be advocates, helping target, harass, slander, libel, flip scripts on those that the abuser they're near has admitted to abusing and harming. It's even worse when you think about it than what normal society does. You don't just turn a blind eye to it, you help it. You're abusing with and for in order to get your needful things met. See how something's not right in East Tennessee. It's you, Ryan. And a monster. And you being on here pretending that you give a fuck about any missing. Especially women. You need to go read some ProPublica articles. You need to go figure out the facts around mine monsters. Shit. What I tried to get help with. Little proof we had of and what makes that thing so goddamn dangerous. What Scott County changed, thankfully, and has made a drastic change in their rates. It still stands as the truth for other counties. Why women and children here and others leaving body bags. And why there are orders and you don't tamper with and did things with this thing to get your needful things met and help and target still the survivors, those still attempting to survive it. See how something's not right in East Tennessee, and it's a whole lot of shit. Stats, help for women and children in rural counties, law enforcement, in which things are taken seriously by them, and that's even without tragedy, pimp, fuckery, and tampering on top of it. You're right. Drugs and crime rates and domestic violence. You should probably look up all the stats on all those things in East Tennessee. And quit making a conspiracy theory like somehow trying to connect or saying that 5 is an astronomical number for East Tennessee during the duration of this, because there are far more than these 5. And during that time period, and you need to quit trying to make it a woo-woo thing or like, oh my gosh, alright. There are reasons for this, real ones, and you're helping those rates and normalization of and desensitization, and you're helping more women end up and children end up in body bags than you'll ever help solve or find or stop. You spent more time here making sure that the thousands and thousands and thousands of women passing through your room and eyes on you maybe don't reach out if they need help. Because they see what you and others have done and your laughter at it. Fear of being done the same way. What if another one pops up? Right. And the reason they didn't reach out or were afraid to is because of those like you, Jenny, Adrian, and crew. In this place, what they've done for years. Do you care? Or you just pick it up and add them to your fucking rosters? Sell it off as conspiracy theories, try to connect it, bypass the stats, reality of East Tennessee, rural, everything, less help for all of us, less shelters, less this, less that, men and women like you and the Jenny and Adrians who help abusers, who condone, turn blind eyes to shit like that. What you all do, it's been so much worse than just what society does itself. It's pretty sick seeing you run with shit like this. Something's not right. What's going on in East Tennessee? And the other thing is, considering a couple of these are local, and their cases began after years of you all being on scene around summers. It's like chasing Jenny, Adrian's, TM's, BK's, all the shit done around all this, and now everyone in and around this community and Summer and Summer's life who experienced TV been out of way, right? Like Candace deserved, like I deserve, like this, that, and the other, everything's mutual. Amber Heard, blah, blah, blah. Y'all lick the assholes of so many violent, terrible monsters and men, especially those from Ben Hill. What if some of these already didn't reach out in East Tennessee and across it because of all of you all done what you've done, and they heard it or seen it or I didn't reach out in time, or we're afraid to. Thought it'd be useless to try to. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. What if? And the sad part is, y'all aren't just being seen in East Tennessee, y'all are being seen and heard doing these things by aliens across not just this country, but the world. How many may vanish or end up in body bags because of that? And watching what you've done with several from Ben Hill, several fucking monsters deep that have no problem fucking with women and children, harming them. And the world watching you all help them on top of that. How many lives, how many flyers might pop up because of what y'all done? That's okay, y'all don't think about that, do you? Y'all don't care about it either. Y'all just be like, hell yeah, another picture to add to. Oh, look at the pretty one. Oh, it's only the pretty one. We'll pick that one this week. Simple as that, right? So, anyway, there's that. Also, let me see. And the reason I put that as thumbnails, by the way, is because that's another comment from one of the players in the Don B. Bulhorn, TM lockdown, fuckery, AB, everything else we talked about. And the last one got shut down because of storm power. But yeah, so it just shows more of the continuation of that. But anyway, and while the power holds for at least another minute or two, maybe could have sworn I had those things moved over. It doesn't matter. So I hear tell that, wildly enough, that this is just me hearing this through the grapevine in a very short, to sweet manner, because I'm not touching buttons over there. Like download only status. All right, for reasons right now. As usual throughout the years anyway. But yeah, right now I'm making a very concerted effort not playing in that. or with it, or being fucked around with it, and by it, and Zyhag. Okay, I said what I had to say on that last live. I'm firm on that stance, and anywhere here tell, it looks like a certain CZ pulled a Benny. No, yeah, pulled a full-on Benny on itself, but worse. But even worse. Even worse, I think, because I can't remember what kind of steak Benny was. I don't know, I've looked it up, but anyway, it has that same flavor to it. Definitely, it's basically the same thing. Now, I remember in the way back when the break-ins happened here, these super geniuses knew that people here on the ground had done shit. They assumed I was histrionic enough, whatever else is there, to write histrionic. And whatever. They did the feathers vids, they did this and the other. They wrongly assumed at that time that Ellie that they saw in the driveway being called because of all that. They also pissed their pants a little too early with characters trying to do some shit with Stalin Monster in pink shorts. That was Penny. Thing was, they fucked up entirely, and that's not what Ellie was called about. Their attempted setup fucker around that crap was stupid because it turns out they hit the post button too soon and didn't realize it was other actual witnesses here that seen the people leaving after break-in, and we weren't even anywhere near here. And then they were like, oh shit. So, and then they later on thought Ellie had been called because of that, so then there comes the feathers video, and like, la 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 la, right? Then they go around trying to tamper with Ellie, same county, same types of bullshit calls, trying to, well, basically mindfuck Ellie in courts and otherwise, right? If I did call in, once they're all tight, you know. But y'all remember the live where Benny, much like he told, you know, it's weird, because, oh god, it went so many ways, but Benny was like, seemed to be a little worried about something with the group. And immediately called law enforcement. Was like, man, there's break-ins here, etc. And I was like, basically this group someone had the shit, you know what I mean, done with them, you know, whatever, right? It's a whole group activity type thing. What they tried to make you all believe, and certain family, and Ellie, was that I had really accused Benny of being here in person, or CZ, or whichever arc. CZ's been trying to use that recently. I got accused her. That was her news story about why she was contacting the sibling too, but as you can see, that's not true. And that one of her narratives, when I do have it down in written form and vocal, is that I accused her even of breaking in here personally. Anyway, what Benny did was on live. Benny called the same county with the same type of shit. It was like, oh, Jody said, you know, suspect brown type of shit. Has accused me of breaking into the camper and stealing things. Right? I'm like, what the fuck is he doing, right? I figured out rather quickly what he was doing. Fucking manipulation law enforcement. And you all as YouTube watchers, whatever, right? It's their way of fucking with, so that, like, it's manipulation of everybody from Ellie, courts, dispatch, you know what I mean, on down. And they have, look, Jesus Christ, the level of dark and deep, right? But Benny did that on live and told Ellie that. And then he laughs and goes, he called himself a reporter, by the way. He lied to law enforcement and shit here in dispatch. He was like, yeah, I just wanted to determine a statement, blah, blah, blah. She's a liar, whatever. I'm in Texas. So I didn't break into her ship. She's accusing me, right? Bitch, no, I did not. The fuck? What the hell? You know. So anyway, and I don't know, he did stupid shit like all the time, and he swatted me. He turns out I was drinking and driving too, and all that shit, you know. It's constant shit like that. Got himself busted giving a fake name to Ellie and whatever, right? Reporting it and having others do it. And did that shit for shits and giggles. But they also do it for another purpose. They get an inundation of calls going to LE, dispatch, blah, 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 into police departments, detectives, blah, blah. And that helps these tragedy pimps, if we actually do pick up the phones and call law enforcement anyway about what they're doing and how real life and extreme they're going on us. It tries to make us look crazy to Ellie, to courts, to whatever. It makes it hard for them to discern what's tragedy pimp shit or what's not, especially for some of us like myself have YouTubes, right? Maybe law enforcement could assume that we're playing games with these motherfuckers, or it's content oriented or money for us to. It's not. Do you get what I'm saying? So it makes them less likely to do anything. Also, a whole lot of these damn creators, as I've put up receipts for throughout all these years, have always wanted to know. It's always the same song and dance. I can't trust law enforcement. I can't trust feds. Trying to see which one should I get a hold of that you talk to personally. I was like, bitch, you stupid. Do I look stupid? Go fucking call 1-800-DBI phone, motherfucker. I know what you're doing. You're trying to see which agents or which law enforcement we talk to. Get a hold of them. Put out a bunch of shit in the background. But tell me in person that you're doing X, Y, Z, blah, blah. You're not. You're back there doing the opposite, right? For the tragedy. I ain't having it. And fuck around in Summer's case, not having that either. And therefore I've never been stupid enough to. Now, there has been one or two oopsies and called the wrong place for an but then I'm like, right, bro. Alright. Or those who pretend they're calling you, I've had years of the bullshit. I know their games, I know law enforcement's aware of the shit too, blah, blah. They're not stupid in the least. It's like they were not stupid to Keys either, and they really did want his ass. Some more than others, but they're well aware. Even the smallest around here who those like Keys are and things, and what the fuck they're doing to all of us, and that we're not fucking bullshitting. And we ain't crazy, we ain't on no goddamn drugs. And that they are fucking with us to this level, but that still makes it hard for them to do a lot of things. These tragedy pimps know it. Now, that being said, it looks like old Crystal over did basically the same thing. Or I hear did. Apparently, it called dispatch, wasted their fucking time and resources, On a night, by the way, it's raining, dangerous on the roadway, all these other things. And they could have been, I just. That one line was busy with Crystal's stupid shit as she used it for content, which really pisses me off. In no way should you ever hear a creator do that goddamn dumb shit and be okay with watching them ever again. As they misuse and target and tamper with law enforcement, dispatch services of any variety, and use it as content. In and around it. No. No. And knowing that could cost someone else their life, or precious seconds, or a case, or real child help, or real anything, no. Hell no, bro. Hell no. Yeah, so anyway, it looks like what I hear is that this right here, it called dispatch and said it was turning itself in. On what I don't know, I heard tell it said something like all of everything I'd accuse it. I don't know. The letter, all the other things, I don't know. Look, all I can tell, that's not how this works, but that's meant to, I'd say for her and Zaghag, start fucking with Ellie here in a way that if I call in on anything being done to us, they may not take it seriously, especially around the fuckery afoot. When I said the other day, and what they are clearly doing and go in real life, and all the little things. And so it's essentially the same stunts Benny pulled. And if you go back and revisit that time period, that Everybody Ain't Your Friend live I pulled from a while back, like a couple, what, 5, 6 lives ago, of Benny's. You know how he then changes the story, though he called into law enforcement dispatch that night saying I accused him. You know how he then goes on and that everybody ain't your friend, and he tells Dawn the fuck shit, right? That I accused Dawn of breaking in here. And that never happened either. So, they have used it, and then every creator, she accused me personally. Though there's a couple of you behind that shit with a monster for sure. But were you here personally now? No. Y'all know that was, so it's been done. You know what I'm saying? And they do whatever. In that regard, CZ's doing no different. And they're gonna start doing more of that. Most likely. Hoping it has an effect. If I get histrionic enough with the pickup in parades here, or fed up enough to actually, I guess, they think I'd call dispatch. Yeah, if y'all think I need to do that, sure. Ain't gonna happen, though. I'll let you wonder why that is. But hey, go ahead. Play the same stunts. It compiles well when compared with what Keys and others have you done throughout the year with real events. And that law enforcement will be able to visibly and audibly see you do over and over again on your own lives. Knowing it's not true in comparison to what was actually said. You know what I'm saying? At this point, it's not doing what you all think it's doing any longer. It might have if Summer's case has been shorter, but no, it's been years since fuck shit y'all doing it to alien feds and others around us. And the same tampering of and attempted mind fucks of and manipulation of alien courts, noise. By that method, and then, trying to get, nope. But what's even more astounding is that if this holds true, and that agent really did that, what she did again was in a state she's not supposed to be doing that in and recording shit and then playing it. That's illegal. Much like the calls she's put out and fucked with her own mind too, especially considering those said they were Ellie only, and she was not to do it because and I think she's one of the very few I've ever said that to. Ellie only, no public shit, because I know the fuck shit that one got up to. And I knew the arc she was playing with me around the AT lawsuit and all the shit, because I wasn't dumb enough to buy that routine either. Of hers and this group's CC's your hero. So I made that clear in the recording, and she's leaving that part out, but her really recording anybody in the state of Tennessee and playing it's a big giant fucking no-no. And here tell, especially if it's things like that, that's here tell now. So anyway, I guess it was committing crimes while turning itself in for something. Now, I can't figure that out. Why would you call dispatch? Other than to fuck with them and use them for content and misuse services and to mentally manipulate even dispatch. Really, right? Why would you do that? It's dispatch, bro. Unless a report have been made and criminal charges filed, fuck you mean you're turning yourself in? On what? In the last live I had, I think I made it clear what was going to happen if her and Zag Hag and the others right now continue to fuck with us or anything real life happens any further in our real lives. And nothing to do with calling dispatch or whatever. Okay? And either way, there's gotta be, you just can't with it. So, all that's doing is her trying to fucking tamper with Ellie's heads and shit again, and using it for content. And to fuck with us, technically. And, trying to get in advance of, in case I do call or report or whatever, they think I'm just now getting around to doing or anything. I don't know. Bro. And I don't know, maybe they think that what I'm gonna do if it continues this type of fuckery and years long targeting Byron, Zag, Hag, and others and going extreme real life on my family, etc. And her being terrified and seeing the internet, there's clearly more than enough there. And God, you know what's wild is a whole lot in that county have heard that damn call and blackmail shit between her and Shay and others. So many others across states and her own, and Kentucky and state and local. And I think that's really all I need to know about that thing. Um, And the thing is, like, I don't know if he thinks I'm gonna walk into a courthouse and ask for the type of papers or anything that, or fill out whatever, like, the monster types. But that ain't gonna be it, bro. Like I said, lawyer first, and then I'll let them tailor the papers that fit. That's how that will work. Then they'll be notified, and as it can clearly see, I've got more than enough. And it knows that. And then if I choose at some point to do whatever, I guess I'll do whatever. Even if that takes fucking skipping to another fucking county and living in a pup tent for a week in order to be taken seriously in a place these motherfuckers don't know where I'm at and hasn't been tampered with yet by them. In order to, finally and firmly get some tailored made paperwork. And then I'm gonna make sure, since it's, fucked with, obviously not just my life, but, minor lives around mine, that there won't be any content made or had by them forcing hands or them thinking, well, then we can get just in court and do these things and get content out of it, and we can torment it online, and it'll be content for weeks, and they'll pay us, whatever, right? So let's do real shit in real life, and then see if she'll do the thing, right? Because no, what's going to happen is there will be certain little things included that will make it to where you won't be allowed folks inside of courtrooms. You also won't be allowed to release paperwork, not even with FOI requests. And if I have to, I'll ask and beg and plead for goddamn gag orders, even for myself, so that you can't speak or make content. And you'll be cut clearly the fuck off from any content making or dragging us into court with any fuckery done on purpose, like you fucking managed to do with ATs and other setup shit. There'll be none of that shit again. Nah, I'm good. And we ain't gonna play no fucking Athie Linda fucking shit. I ain't playing that shit. Cause y'all play too much. That shit's tragedy pimp, done for some reason, type of shit, tamper of courts, law enforcement, etc. I ain't about that life. I want you motherfuckers stopped and made examples of and whatnot. Not allowed to continue and that shit used for content for you all. And see those papers tailor-made first by lawyers before going to other places and then that paid to be done. They're a little different than those you walk into a courthouse. And they're generally not denied. So no. And then I'm gonna guess when recordings and things are played for others, there isn't gonna be any more of that skip around being made to come here. I think I've tormented people enough. So yeah. But I don't know, man. That was long and short of it. But apparently, calling dispatch are not for content, wasting their time, taking up a line that could have saved somebody's life or been reporting a real crime. committing an illegal act and telecommunicate and recording her state. I don't know what the fuck. So she pulled a full beating on herself, I guess, trying to fuck with me in courts, and I guess assuming I'd be histrionic and calling him in like, this was that. I don't know why they always like Jody Sue's histrionic. Oh, it looks like fear. It looks like I don't. Man, there are very few times throughout all this that I've ever called dispatch. No, I learned pretty early on not to do that. And I've tried not to do that. And I try not to contact Ellie or anyone unless absolutely necessary. So, yeah. It doesn't mean a whole lot of Ellie isn't fully aware of things. You don't have to be histrionic. Picking up the phone, going, help me, 911. Imagine that. And I ain't about wasting time, y'all fucking fucked around Summer's case for years. Had millions calling in falsely on everybody, playing tragedy pimp shenanigans, woo woo batshit bullshit, inundating them, making everything harder on them, potentially and possibly costing it. It makes me want to vomit on the regular. It really does. So, it pisses me off, for sure. A whole hell of a lot to which I'll continue to do that. What the hell? What the hell? But yeah, in that regard, she did no differently than the rest of a lot of these creators have done over the years to all of us, um, to try to render us, you know, less believable or something. Law enforcement, mindfuck courts, dispatch. But honestly, it's like Benny at night. The reason he did that is because he was actually terrified and sort of trying to dig for info. See if I really had called in the break-ins, this and the other. And then, but it's used. It's used to fuck with these places so they don't take those being on so real life on and extremes by tragedy events seriously. They have no problem lying to law enforcement to do this. They also try to dig while doing it. It's like, when you see Penny and Linda, asking me and saying, I'm terrified of all the police. Which one do you talk to? Could I have their number? I'm like, bitch, please. And then Penny, you see, later on in messages between Penny and Linda, that Penny's like, man, Chase just says to keep her talking to see if she's throwing us under the bus and figure out which cop she's talking to, that type of shit. They want to know so they can contact those particular police. They try to get the name of the detectives or anyone else she's talking to so they can try to get a hold of them, do whatever it is behind the scenes, try to make you look like you're a goddamn liar or full of shit or crazy, or they use their little silver tongues and voices, whatever to make even law enforcement try, and anyway, it's to get by with whatever the fuck they've done to us in real life and extremes and criminal behaviors and shit, and to further tamper with and keep us from aid while they're doing it to get by with their crimes and how extreme real life they're going in and around these open active cases, right? Make us sound crazy or like we're histrionic or we're paranoid over this, there. Plus, they try to get information because these sons of bitches are so manipulative. If you're dumb enough to give them the actual detectives or cops' names or anything like that you're talking to, what they'll do is they'll try to play manipulation tactics to them and garner information from them about what they might know or what me might have said or turned in on or whatever, right? In order to, so to give themselves or their buddies heads up on what might be happening or occurring, that way they can try to get ahead of that, delete, destroy evidence, whatever, you know what I mean? Get ahead of it some way. So, yeah, there's all that. Anyway, um, uh, now, I mean, it's been years of this shit, years of it. But yeah, and I'd hazard a bet I'm probably not the only local who's ever mentioned, CZ over a local elite, quite frankly. I'm gonna bet I'd put money on. She harasses, blackmails. Fuck, look, I think by all standards of the definition, blackmail and all that, I'm pretty sure the phone calls and then years of combined with, I mean, just that alone. You know what I mean? Let alone everything else held is enough. And then, like, in a quick hurry just the other night, And you know damn good and well that I got more than that. Years worth of it. And so, I mean, I don't know what the hell it's thinking. Um, but yeah, that's what I heard. It called dispatch. And I guess told a bunch of bullshit, so it's turning itself in. I recorded them, I guess, illegally and played them in her state. I don't forgot to. looks like her and the crew are super pissed because during this time in the last 24 hours or so, and since the other night, is when the Jacqueline is leaving a bazillion manifestos, sharing articles, extremely enraged. Looks like Heather's the same way too. That nutto thinks that me outing some of this bullshit the other night. It's just happy to have attention, but also cursing me. But they're all doing it, and yeah, it's no, I'm good. Yeah, nope, yeah, um, oh, while on that, I was in receipts, right? Going through some things on the way back. Uh, well, if y'all remember, I believe it was, as they were gearing up, and Susie had played in the whole cycle for months, targeting my kid, doing this, putting out bullshit, blah, 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 blah. Then the AT thing, all the other shit, and Adrian were gearing up real good around orders and shit like that, and court dates coming and going, whatever, right? I believe that was July to August and September of 22. But that was a big portion of it. But leading up to that, things really began just like it did, like, early spring. And even before that. But CZ was sort of the spearhead of a lot of that. And then others, obviously Adrian, Jr., etc. But nearing the eighth, them portion of everything, also their garbage and Penny and everybody doing all the things, right? Um, and then the court dates and stuff. Somebody else back then enjoyed their writing of fucking books. It'd be, when it was Crime and Chill. But did enjoy its own writing of giant fucking books here. You know? But what I found funny, and now this is around July of 2022, right? Is that, you have, down there in that particular book, a certain Crime and Chill wrote, in July of 22, Crime Mama, right? Sassy slash Adrian, um, under CZ's book there, and it's about people targeting her with her last names, her ex's suicide, her house, putting all shit on her, right? Looked like somebody was hitting her, so blah, blah, blah. You know. Part confidence trick, part this, part that, attempted whatever, to where I'd maybe trust her when that bullshit lawsuit came. Things where I don't know. Um, but yeah, Baton Rouge over there in the comments. Now, I'm not Dr. Mate. CZ put this the fuck out herself, okay? But because it does include her kid, her oldest one, and private details on their life, I'm not putting it up close to the screen. And I'm talking about the one she didn't raise. So, and she says here she didn't. And anyway, so there's Adrian, though, right? Going, yep, she also has a record. I hear this there. And then Baton Rouge going, oh, I have it all. She needs to keep running her mouth before we talk about them not able to pay rent in that court case. Someone called the security guard on us. What the hell's going on there, right? Where Adrian and truly threatened her and had helpers doxed on her info and made her continue further? Or was it like one of those MGL Trust Me Now breakups around here? Like, that way, like, oh yeah, they really quit the group and they're on our side now. And look, she's gonna help with the Adrian. No. Anyway, yeah. So, I ain't built like that, bro. I ain't never gonna buy those arcs. They should have kept all those to themselves. Anyway, but yeah, there's Adrian and the helpers. And sees these comments threatening to do this here and hitting that out on certain things and outing certain things around a certain particular time period that's really hella interesting. I found it to be so anyway. Hold on, let me. And Jenny and Penny Ellen were the ones truly responsible for that shit, along with, I don't know, oddly enough, Moselle coming from Chris's, and Penny using, and Monster using, and pretending he wasn't, and all that, right? That fraud ass scandals bitch. So anyway, and then running to the sibling and be like, oh gosh, look at this, your sister did whatever, right? But it wasn't me, it was them, man. Most others didn't come out of the woodwork being like, ooh, your sister's online, we're gonna do whatever, right? And then they had asked to stay anonymous, blah, blah. Yeah, it was just all bullshit. Most of them knew what was going on as well as they did, and whatever, right? And obviously, the bitch was lying like she has, and she's been caught many times. Now, what's weird to me is, and I hadn't really thought about it until I was coming up on some pieces in the way back, is that, do y'all remember Don's supposed one of his letters to kidnappers of summer that came out of jail? Do y'all remember that? Yeah. Do you? Anybody? So, what gets me is that Those motherfuckers, the same motherfuckers. Did you ever see him contacting Moselle about that? See him send that on through to Moselle? Or anything similar, and demand videos and pieces and get pissed when they won't let you use content and all sort of crap. No, you didn't. Nope. And that was really during 22 as well. You know what you seen him do with that instead? Now this is Adrian before she went full psycho, dyed her hair blonde, and started twerking her ass. Even Scott and him noted how weird it got when she dyed her hair blonde. They're weird. But, yeah, anyway, you can clearly tell they're talking about, that litter, Dawn's litter, la la, right? But yeah, let's see here. Yeah, here we go. That's a portion of Dawn's letter they're going over on Adrian and Jenny's streams. But what you'll notice right beside it is them also streaming my live at the same time. Yeah, because they always had that me somewhere, right? But they were, for eons, going live about, seriously, it was all about Dawn's letter from jail, right? This is, her, Benny, and Gavel. 514 people watching as they're trying to break down the handwriting of Dawn, right? A whole hell of a lot of chat's mostly about me, probably enough. While they're trying to figure out Dawn's handwriting, going over it like they're suddenly goddamn handwriting experts, they're also live streaming me. Live after live after live during that period, right? They spent hours trying to figure out Dawn's handwriting while also simultaneously fucking with me. Neither connected. Just terrifying people to be over here, be in chat, making fun of me, using his content, and trying to pretend like they're handwriting experts. Why on earth didn't they contact Moselle with cold case then? For Dawn's letter. Wouldn't that have been of more importance than mine with TV? Or was mine always just intentionally meant to fuck with me? By known and caught and outed fraud many times over. They had suddenly, almost exactly when Monster was supposed to go to court, this fraud ass fucking handwriting experts brought up by Chris, grabbed by Penny and Jenny and Adrian, and does this shit on I'm a Family. Then Jenny and Adrian Penny uses confident tricks, and Monster, target it. It's a thing, right? But it's weird, isn't it? And then that Chris and him eventually, pretty quick, hides all the material from Moselle. all the shit goes down. Moselle, CZ also tries to play the I'm protecting Jody. I got all the stuff taken down Jody through. Anyway, yeah, it was wild. But why didn't they contact or reach out to any big hitting anybody's about Dawn's letter from jail? Is that because they already knew all the writers were in? And they weren't actually trying to go hard at anything where it concerns certain people. And guess what also run it through? It takes eyes off of somebody else's handwriting. And that letter and everything else and sticks with the public more. Targeting me by fraud and 3, 4, 63 tragedy pimps. And salacious drama that sells. It gets eyes off of someone else and their little writers in the background and their helpers and asshole cleansers, and people's minds recalling that as much as the other. You know what I mean? It's like a 45 for one hit squad deal, you know? And a way to distract and create more chaos and mud and jolt. But yeah, I wish they'd been that. My gosh, gotta have a handwriting expert for Dawns. Maybe they could have saved themselves 45 fucking lives running me live. Well, not connected in any way to this. But always, there I am for all of them. I mean, strange the fuck shit y'all have gotten up to through the years. Nobody's just, you know? Anyway, there's just this fucking an abundance of, plus the recordings. These are just mostly because of chat stuff I need done. God, now they are targeting my kid, my eldest, because TM, Penny, the rest of them were going on with that. I wanted my kid to die, la la. Y'all know Monster's newest buddy, Cotton Candy 65, who plays both sides of the fence. Oh, and there's Yaya, one missing. Anyway, crimes have consequences, playing that shit, talking shit about me, my son, military, all that. But, there's a wolf. Dang. Oh, and beautifully broken. Can't forget that. Anyway. There's a Hurricane Camille Penny again. Targeting my fucking kid. And I. Putting out bullshit. Ain't nothing new there. Oh, and there was some recordings in I meant to play. That was one of the things I meant to get around to, was her and Scott's recordings. Well, there's Mama Bear. They're also playing that much force military. Why this? Why that? Well, I got really had some things to say. Oh, there's one of the Carolines. Them all debate on money and all this together. Because of shit TM and Penny and Olin put out. There's Rennie. Doing fuck shit. Where is the other dumb bitch? Oh, I came up with that term, the pendipotamus, or whatever. There's Valkyrie. Of course. Fucking my oldest 10 little Phoenix crimes. Phoenix crimes. Oh, there it is. As crimes have consequences, talking shit about my son, military service, me, blah, 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 right? But there is one of Monster's, I don't know, newest flip-flopping buddies, depends on the day. Cotton Candy 65 on the way back. You know, targeting an eldest, doing fuck shit. Yeah. Yep. So anyway, I just kind of wondered. Then of course during some of that you have. I just can't with Penny's dumbass. Still can't. And that no one sees E. Harold have this in, TM most of the rest. Her and Penny together, and then the extremes, man, over the years. Something to be holding, and half of you motherfuckers over here being like, no, I've been in sport the whole time. Don't you remember me? Can you unblock me from chat? Yes, come in now. Those under other names thinking I don't know who the fuck you are, it's all pretty cute. Yeah. Anyway. I just want to put that there. I had thought about it. It's like, weird. They never thought it super important to do any Candace or Dawn or Fred's or anybody else's goddamn handwriting. So let's put it in mine. Oh, that's right. Get access to 125, to do this, to do that, to not like me, to discredit, to do whatever, make people think X, Y, Z. They really don't like me. And that's okay. But the extremes throughout all the years. And everything they've done is just off the fucking chain. It's real and it's really happened. And I've really not forgotten. And I really have been compiling. So, I'm fed up. And those who don't see it and the year's worth of it and what they've done to you all, here watching, all the way up to the feds and everything in between, and all those in Summer's community, and the extremes they've gone to, and I don't know how early, how quickly they were in everything. And man, being able to place chasing and fuck shit in less than like 70 some hours after Summer vanished. And her having far more information than she should have ever had at that point. Oh boy. Group indeed. And then her being on that red truck fuckery thing Don was watching that night. And I was just trying to survive the car ride with Cher, but then acting ignorant of everything in the background for so long. And then her and that bullshit Rose Meyer bitch she did, and combined it on down the line with all the writers. of the house that you're in, and the PG built, and the Squall built, and all the others built, and the extremes they've gone to keep that, and all their truths and crimes and extreme real life ways in which they screw with everybody around these. Quiet, not believed, and those, you know, they target out and acquire around everything for being believed about it. Man, it's something. Here's what they're tampering and fuck shit, bro. It's something. But, anyway, the one thing I really have watched the past couple days, though, that I did touch the button on, and then I also, I was like, fuck, why'd I do that? I should have known better, right? I should have known better. It featured far too many tragedy pimps and a talking head entertainment fist bumps tragedy pimps place. I knew better than to touch that button. Curiosity got the better of me. Now, within like 45 seconds, I knew I'd done fucked up. I was damn near at vomit stages then, and I had to take a breather and then be like, I ain't finished that, right? But I'd hit pause, and then I was like, nah, we're gonna finish that. I just gotta know what happens next, you know? Ha ha ha. Yeah, I should not have come back, but I did, and I finished. Now, how in the hell I was unaware of this for a week, I don't know, but I was, and I do remember a few days back there being chatter of that Vinny douchebag character. But I didn't quite recall what. I didn't care what. But what strikes me now is that none of this place really ran with this piece at all. Don't appear to want eyes on it. I'm assuming because of the way it's done. I don't know what the hell's up with it. It's definitely something. It's definitely something. By someone, for some reason. They're just a whole bunch of fuck shit. But it's weird much the way it's done. And I am told that a couple around here did mention it. There was mention of it. So, anyway, I'm like, alright, and let me see if this one. Play it. Okay, it's been 8 days now. I don't want to advertise for these fuckers at all, but it's obviously whatever. It just is what it is, okay?
It's really extraordinary being surrounded by such scale.
We'll do the first season justice, I hope.
It's good to be back in the saddle.
I'm Vinny Politan. The subject of my investigation is the disappearance of a 5-year-old little girl from Tennessee. Her name is Summer Wells, and what makes this one so puzzling is that it happened in the middle of the day from her home when there were adults at the house. Here's her story. 5-year-old Summer Wells was growing up in rural northeastern Tennessee, a beautiful part of the country where nature runs free and folks own lots of land, free of crowds, buildings, and neighbors. Summer was living with her parents and siblings and grandma in a home on top of a hill, a place that seemed...
That last bit, I thought, really? Okay. Sure, buddy. Now, I know there's here, discussed this piece overnight. I'm like, that had to be done on purpose, right? Had to be. Because that's where inclusion and everything. And I was like, also, if not, are they just fucking stupid? I'm like, now these are all people that, have been to 110 and 125 and otherwise never in between and know this area. And, despite the public and whatever creator narratives pumped out or however it looks in fucking Google Images or whatever the hell y'all been shown and told, neighbors right there aren't that distant. It may look like it, but you'd be amazed if you stand on one how close the other actually is. But all's attached to 110 over there. How close everyone actually is right there. But yeah, I guess if they want to somehow include that in large buildings and large crowds. Okay. Find that word free of crowds, free of buildings, free of neighbors a little weird. I don't know why. Just has a thing on it for me. But okay.
Very peaceful, very quiet, and most of all, very safe. But one June day in 2021, her family says she went inside and was never seen or heard from again, seemingly vanishing from this vast property in Hawkins County. There are many questions that have been unanswered in this case, questions that could shed some light on where this little girl is and what happened to her. We will examine those questions and find some answers as the search for this little girl from Tennessee continues. So this goes back to 2021. I mean, super high profile story and case, still unsolved. I want you to take a look at an image, and they do age progressions. She disappeared when she was 5, so they put together a progression last summer of what she would look like at this new age 3 years later. So you look at those pictures, and it brings to mind, beautiful little girl. But what happened here? Which brings us to really the most important question. And my first question tonight.
Well, it matters, doesn't it? Society, in which cases they latch on to. Beauty somehow counts. Brings to mind a beautiful little girl. Yes, she is. What it should bring to mind is that there's a missing child by the name of Summer. No matter what she looks like, beautiful, and that she shouldn't be missing. And the same should go for every child, whether she or he fits your all standards of beauty or societies, and that none should be missing, and all should be given attention. And Summer is far more than a beautiful picture or an image. She's human. She's Summer. And she has her own story in life to tell, and she's more than her beauty. She's more than y'all have made from her, or took from her, rewrote for her. Y'all suck. Carrying on.
Which is about this little girl from Tennessee. Where could she be? It seems there's a lot of possibilities of what happened here, and the case is far from being solved. I don't even know if there's any hot leads right now in this one.
That's a hell of a fucking statement, isn't it? Okay, buddy. Alright, you motherfucker. That's a hell of a fucking statement. Fuck you mean? How the fuck would you know? The fuck kind of shit is this? Fucking asshole.
Let me bring him from Tennessee. Where could she be? It seems there's a lot of possibilities of what happened here, and the case is far from being solved. I don't even know if there's any hot leads right now in this one. Let me bring in my guests who know a lot about this story, a lot about this event.
I don't even know if there's any hot leads right now. Well, if you don't know that, now the fuck would you make the previous statement, you fuck face? Carrying on.
Investigation. Former homicide detective, host of The Interview Room with Chris McDonough. Chris.
No, and then that's when I was like, oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Of course it fucking is. So I was damn right fucking him out. Done. Took me a minute. Not gonna lie. Yeah. He's like, of course it fucking is. He's here to wow us with another black glove bullshit. Whatever, bro. Goddamn super addictive. Till it fucking black gloved and when I agree 4 seconds, this son of a bitch got on court TV with it. And then Deets all were like, oh shit, just be doing something. Sick my shit. She's like, yeah. You just can't run this around. They just really will get anybody up in that motherfucker, won't they? They just have a Bulhorn, a JLR, this shit. I'm over this shit. I'm over it. Here's this fuck shit. Carry on.
Dunn is with us, and private investigator Jason Jensen. Thank you to you both. Chris, let me throw that question out.
Now, this guy didn't necessarily recognize his name, but his face I didn't. I've seen him on blocks. You know what I mean? But it's weird what they do. And I don't know if it's accidental or on purpose. But I managed to keep on listening. Okay. And I did. It came to mind a minute ago that while I was asleep ish at one point. There was language in here that caught my ear, even though I've heard the piece more than a few times, and it caught my attention in a different way, it meant something different to me, and I meant to go back to it and re-listen. And so now I'm somewhere wandering off in the southern driveway thinking about that in the upcoming bit, but yeah. Middle note, need to revisit that at some point here today. Anyway, carry on.
Al, to you first. Where could she be? What are the possibilities that we're looking at here?
Yeah, it's a great question, Vinny. And for the last 3 years, thousands of people have been asking that particular question. And the possibilities from obviously a law enforcement perspective is, is it foul play? Is it an accident? And, because there was an accident, could they have covered up something? There's so many theories that could be applied to this. But that is the million-dollar question at this point. Because you and I both know that 5-year-olds, they just don't vanish from their house.
Nobody just vanishes. And what kind of statement is that? Women, children, men, they can all vanish from anywhere at any time. But they do not just vanish without interference, or if they're an adult, I mean, I guess they can just wander off to their own, of course. They can become a hobo, or just be like, fuck it, I'm out, They can do whatever if they're an adult, But most time, nobody just fucking vanishes without interference. I don't care where you are. And children do vanish from their homes. I'm not saying some are dead, because I don't know what Ellie knows, but I just don't know. I guess it's on the word home. I don't know, but I know what my thoughts are. It doesn't mean they're correct, but and that depends on the answers. Either way, I'll agree with just don't vanish. And nobody should just vanish. Summer should not have just vanished. I do not think that Summer vanished without interference. I don't think she just poofed into wherever, you know what I mean? Obviously. Is it just filler language? Why do they say dumb shit? I don't know. But carry on.
No, there's some intervening action, force, something. I want to take a look, Jason, at a timeline here, so we can kind of go through this for the folks watching. June 15th, 2021.
And if this is the fucking timeline, this just, it did it for me. I was like, this had to be done this way for reasons, right? Either somebody in the editing room's just lazy or shit, or this is done this way to make it seem this empty and hollow and hopeless and helpless, or like, I don't know what the fuck this is about, but it has to be about something, right? I don't know. It's weird though. Listen to it.
Summer Wells is reported missing around 6:30 p.m. Last seen somewhere around her home, outside her home. June 17th, the search expands to cover a 1-mile radius surrounding the home.
Seen sometime, somewhere around her home. She reported 6:30. What? What? Okay.
June 26th, TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation looks for a red. 17th, the search expands to cover Wells.
Our question at this point, because you
I'm
and I
gonna go
both
back.
know that 5-year-olds, they just don't vanish from their house.
No, there's some intervening action, force, something. I want to take a look, Jason, at a timeline here so we can kind of go through this for the folks watching. June 15th, 2021, Summer Wells is reported missing around 6:30 p.m. Last seen somewhere around her home, outside her home. June 17th, the search expands to cover a 1-mile radius surrounding the home. June 26th, TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation looks for a red Toyota pickup seen in an area where Summer disappeared. Could have seen or heard something. June 26, 2021, Summer's brothers are removed from the home by the Department of Children's Services. June 15th, 2021, Summer Wells is reported missing around 6:30 p.m. Last seen somewhere around her home, outside her home. June 17th, the search expands to cover a 1-mile radius surrounding the home. June 26th, TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation looks for a red Toyota pickup seen in an area where Summer disappeared. Could have seen or heard something. June 26, 2021, Summer's brothers are removed from the home by the Department. Department of Children's Services. October 31st, 2021, Don Wells, her father, is arrested for driving under.
They just skipped straight from June 26th to October. All kinds of press comment, all the things, the search it, the returns. I don't know what the hell's going on here. It's wild.
Influence. February 4th, 2022, Summer's 6th birthday. February 4th, 2023, Summer's 7th birthday. June 14th, 2023.
How is Dawn's DUI half tragedy pimp set up? Part of, what is that? And didn't that feature the night Dawn was arrested, Chris and others on the panel with Doug, and while Chase was on the ground, and people were on live streams, and gaslighting certain shit, and pitting on it. Why is that mentioned in the timeline? Is that just because Chris was part of the live streaming going on the night Dawn was arrested for DUI by him and Doug? I don't know.
FBI released the age progressed photos that we're showing you. Then February 4th, 2024, Summer's 8th birthday. Then June 14th, 2024, TBI released a video update on the case. I want to take a look at that right now. Let's take a look.
When I see the picture of Summer Wells, I see my daughter. And I can tell you that if my daughter was missing, I would sure hope that somebody was looking for her every day. My name is Josh Melton. I'm the Assistant Director of the Criminal Investigation Division for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home and became lost. It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two.
All right, Jason Jensen, you've investigated so many cases like this. Where are you starting? What strikes you about the attempt to get to the truth here and get to the answer of where she could be?
Yeah, but the most important thing is to keep an open mind, like the director just said.
And the director had said, did he not, that they didn't have the answers quite yet, but they would get them. Something along those lines.
It is they don't know which theory. There's really basically only three things that can happen in a disappearance involving a small child like that. Either a wander off, or an abduction, or a death and concealment. They've ruled out the death and concealment pretty much by doing the polygraphs with the parents, and they both passed. So we're really focusing on whether this child wandered off, got lost, and something happened to the child. That's why they did.
Now that confounds me.
That's all. I found her text, and she was nowhere in sight.
2 years after her parents, Don and Candace Wells, gave those accounts, that's still all we know about the last time Summer was seen. Almost immediately, Summer's parents became the center of a police investigation.
Summer's parents, Candace and Don, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
Could she have gotten herself into a situation where she...
Wells gave those accounts, that's still all we know about the last time Summer was seen. Almost immediately, Summer's parents became the center of a police investigation.
Summer's parents, Candace and Don, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
Could she have gotten herself into a situation where she...
Yeah, it's weird that was after the police. And then, with the 2-year mark, and this place kept eyes off of it, obviously. No, just...
When I see the picture somewhere else, I'll see my daughter. And I can tell you that if my daughter was missing, I would sure hope that somebody was looking for her every day. My name is Josh Melton. I'm the Assistant Director of the Criminal Investigation Division for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. We don't have the evidence in this case to know for sure whether or not Summer was abducted or whether or not she walked away from her home and became lost. It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts efforts on just one of those two. Many people have speculated what they think has happened in this case. The difficult part of the speculation is that if we as investigators speculate and focus our efforts in one direction, we're making a huge mistake. We have to make sure that we're being completely comprehensive as we investigate. We continue to focus on ground search efforts. We continue to focus on interviews of those who may have information about vehicles that have traveled through the area or technology that could have been used that may give us an investigative lead. All stones are being turned over. We have some of our most talented agents assigned to this case. We have brought in subject matter experts within TBI from across the state to assist in this investigation. We have thrown everything that we know to throw at this case, and we haven't had the answers that we need yet. No, we'll get them, but we don't have them today. Children are our top priority in TBI. They're the most vulnerable population that we have. They're our most precious things in our world. But our commitment to the public is that we're not going to allow this case to sit on a shelf. We are committed to bringing Summer home, and we will keep working on this case until she is home.
Accident.
And what about this 2-year update? Right? Did it not count for anything considering it's one of the investigative local journalists?
There is so much interest in this case. As soon as we said we would be revisiting it, and it is one of the first missing cases that we covered, the emails started pouring in. People care about this case now, 2 years later, just as much as they did when Summer first went missing. I have a lot of questions from viewers, and I'm going to try to get to some of them. Some may be difficult to answer, but you were closer to the case than most. I want to begin with a question from Betty in Florida, and she says, does law enforcement have any person of interest or suspects in the case, or have they throughout the investigation any evidence discovered that supports the theory that Summer had been abducted? Can you shed any light on that question from Betty?
So since the very beginning, law enforcement said that everyone is a suspect in this case, meaning her parents, people who were close to her at church, anybody in the family, such as her grandmother, maybe even implying to other members of the family and neighbors. So again, law enforcement has not ruled anyone out 2 years later. However, nobody has been charged. So I think that that's important to kind of say both of those things, that again, everybody is on the table when it comes to being a suspect. Said that everyone is a suspect in this case, meaning her parents, people who were close to her her at church, anybody in the family, such as her grandmother, maybe even implying to other members of the family and neighbors. But there are several people.
No, that's strange. All these things are released even after apologies. Then Court TV 8 days ago with Chris do this.
Cont, the subject of my investigation.
Abducted, or whether or not she walked away from her home and became lost. It's really important to us to not focus all of our efforts on just one of those two.
All right, Jason Jensen, you've investigated so many cases like this. Where are you starting? What strikes you about the attempt to get to the truth here and get to the answer of where she could be?
Yeah, but the most important thing is to keep an open mind. Like the director just said, is they don't know which theory. There's really basically only three things that can happen in a disappearance involving a small child like that. Either a wander off, or an abduction, or a death and concealment. They ruled out the death and concealment pretty much by doing the polygraphs with the parents, and they both passed. So we're really
Which ones? Anyway, alright, buddy. Whatever you say, I guess.
focusing on whether this child wandered off, got lost, and something happened to the child. That's why they did the mile radius search and then find her. So, you know, there's a real possibility of the abduction. And you got to keep your mind open, because we do know that this situation does occur. Like, I have a case, the 1982 case of Rachel Runyon. She was abducted 15 feet from behind her home. So it can happen.
Let me ask you, Chris, the red Toyota pickup. What do we know about that vehicle? Why is that something that law enforcement talked about?
Well, first of all, the red Toyota pickup was introduced by the father of the victim. It wasn't an independent witness or anything like that. The dad says, there could have been a vehicle down at the end of the driveway, etc. And so we have to take into consideration.
Excuse me? Fuck did you just say? I believe Lawson stated on the news that, yeah, I remember the piece that plays where we have the UPS truck coming through, that company drivers had seen the red truck, right? On the 14th or 15th, etc. I don't recall them ever saying that Dawn had introduced the red truck. Lawson said that it was a company truck driver, whatever, well known to him and his officers. So I guess a reliable source, and that they were looking for information on trucks. I don't recall him ever saying that it was Dawn, but I don't know. I can tell you that the night summer vanished before dark, there were already whispers of a red truck happening. So, yeah. But I don't know. According to Chris, though.
What's the geographic region telling you as an investigator? And in this particular situation, the victim was last seen in the basement of the house. And so in order for a stranger abduction to have occurred, then that suspect had to know on that particular day, at that moment, that child
And are going down to.
would be in that basement. The victim risk continuum tells us that is a high improbability. And so you then go back to the situation where you go, okay, who was the last one there and what are the circumstances around that? And I think that's where the authorities have been focusing.
You know, Jason, when we cover stories like this that happen in more populated areas, you know, whether it's a neighborhood like Sebastian Rogers in another part of Tennessee, or in a city like Nashville, or you know, any other city across the country. This is a very rural area. There, you know, it's not like you're in a neighborhood. There's not a lot of folks nearby. If someone comes by, I think you might notice it. It reminds me a little bit of the situation with Suzanne and Barry Morphew. Suzanne Morphew went missing from her home. They were kind of isolated as well. How important is that part of the investigation? The geography and the you know, where all this allegedly took place?
Well, yeah, terrain, especially in rural areas, plays a major part. Like basically Chris was alluding to, if it's not a high active area, you know, high access, you're not really going to have a lot of access by strangers. So the problem that we have here is, how did she get away from that house without being detected? Because in rural areas, everybody knows if there's a car nearby, you know, you're driving down the street, you see a truck pulled over to the side. In those kind of communities, they want to pull over and offer assistance. So access to the home, access to the child is really going to play a big part here. And that's why early on there was a lot of threats and harassment received by the Wells, because everybody thought it was a low probability.
This is where it gets weird.
That, you know, was an abduction.
Okay, guests are staying with us. Coming up next, what does the family property actually look like?
I'm looking at this terrain and I'm going, holy cow, she could have even, there's a million possibilities here.
Yeah, there's
down there, and there's the road down there.
Did you know that in middle-income communities, there are about 13 books for every child? But in some underserved communities, there's only 1 book for every 300 children. Studies show that having lots of books at home is one of the best ways to help a child succeed in school and beyond. That's why the Scripps Howard Fund started the If You Give a Child a Book campaign to give books to children who need them most, like me.
So please, if you could give a child a book today,
Just scan the QR code. We would be so grateful.
Hey everyone, so the team decided to do a fun competition. If you're able to make a donation...
Where would the suspects have been, in your opinion, in this?
My opinion?
Yeah, in this area.
they could have been sitting anywhere. They could have been sitting over here, just off the little edge right here, or where the bus is, that little bushy area right there. They could have been sitting
right out here.
Yeah. And
okay, come show me.
What's up?
That's all right.
And I just recently found out that there was like, I guess these child molesters.
Okay.
That lived like literally 8 minutes from my house, and he can literally walk from his house into my house within 8 minutes.
Okay.
And like that bushy area right there, you can't really tell if anybody's crouched down there or anything.
That's Chris McDonough at the home with Summer Wells.
Squalid insertion. Maybe.
Mother walking the property, trying to figure out what's going on there, because this is a case where a child is alleged to have disappeared in the middle of the day from that property. Which brings me to my next question, another important one in this investigation, which is, what does the family property look like? Still with me, Chris McDonough, who was touring the property along with Jason Jensen. So guys, what I want to do, Chris, I want to show everyone the tour that you did. I think it gives us incredible insight here. Let's take a look.
Okay. You know, I have much more respect for what you're telling me by standing here, and I got my little camera here, so when I'm looking at this terrain, and I'm going, holy cow, she could have even. There's a million possibilities here.
There's
down there, and there's the road down there.
Yeah, that's the road. That's my mom's house.
Okay.
Like literally.
And this right here.
Usually you can see the road because they went through here and mowed and took down a bunch of stuff away from the power lines.
Okay.
But usually it's full up. You can't even see the road.
That day, though, how was it? Was it full up?
They
or was
actually,
it like
that day and a few days prior to that, they were working on this.
Okay.
So I've even come to a conclusion maybe one of them people have snatched it.
Oh, interesting.
Because they were all the way up here.
Yeah, I see those, the path down there. I see the tracks down there.
Yep.
Over there.
And they were all the way up here to my light pole.
Okay. And you told TBI all this, right?
I told TBI this, yes.
Okay. Okay. And yeah, I can see the cars going by. That is not far from your property.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a holler down there? I mean, is there a river of some sort?
The creek runs all the way around the property.
And how deep is the creek? Okay, just so it's like an inch or two. Okay.
You'd be lucky to get wet enough to do anything.
Okay, so walk me through. You get home, you take the groceries inside. Is Don home, by the way?
No, he's not.
Okay.
Actually, I parked the truck, and I opened both doors. It's really hard because this lawnmower is. But I opened the doors up, and I shook her. I said, wake up, we're at home. She jumped right up.
Okay.
Like nothing. I unbuckled her, and I said, come on. I said, Mom, I'll be right back. So went in there, and got the boys, and they were sitting at the table. And I said, come on, let's get the groceries out. And we brought them all in the house, went through them all, and all that.
And this is that's her swing.
That's her swing right there.
Come show me her swing. Why is this, and who's this?
That is Smoking Boots. That's my boy's cat.
And how many dogs do you have here on the property? About?
Honestly, I don't know because people just keep dropping them off.
Hi. I know. Okay. Sorry. This is her swing.
That's her swing.
This is her playground.
Yep.
She loved this area. Boy, you know, I'm looking at this, and this terrain, Candace, just strikes me as being so dense and just. Is that what they say, the dog trail? Where's this dog trail thing? That
I'm not sure, honestly.
There's so many of them.
The dogs go in every different.
Yeah, I saw the dogs came out of the woods as we were pulling up.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do that all the time.
Okay.
That trail right there, my boys, they ride those dirt bikes that are leaning against the truck over there.
Okay.
You can see there's one of them.
Okay.
And they
those are like 50 cc's, aren't they?
Yeah. That one ain't. I think it's only like 25, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, they go down that trail with their dirt bikes and then come back up on the road, up on the driveway and go around and stuff.
A lot of that video, extremely interesting. So, Chris, what did you take away from touring that property where Summer Wells allegedly disappeared from?
Yep. So, wanting to keep an open mind, right, Benny, when I'm talking to Mom, about trying to understand what the suspect may have seen if this was, let's stay with the lane of an abduction of some sort. And the terrain is so thick and dense. And by the way, this is only about 3 weeks after the initial report of her disappearance. So this is pretty much what it looked like the day she would have disappeared. And so I thought to myself, okay, is it possible that somebody could have hid in those woods, could have come up behind, the back area there behind the camper? Because you can see the road from the top of the property. But then again, you've got to think, okay, does the suspect expose themselves down on that road? Because you could even hear cars going by while I was there. And so Mom then explains that the only way she thought her daughter may have gone out of that house house was through a basement door, which was on the left side of that house, looking at it in this shot. It would have been to the left of that. And that was down by the bus and right in that area, right there in that shot. That would have been what they called a dog trail. And so, you know, the fact that somebody would have had to navigate all of these obstacles, etc., and that's the door, and get into that door to where Summer was, it really does raise a lot of questions about the abduction theory.
All right, Jason Jensen, the one thing that struck me as Chris is walking around the neighborhood, and Chris is a nice guy, he's not going to harm anyone, the dogs. They don't even know how many dogs. The dogs are alerting to Chris, who is obviously in a friendly mode there. What are your thoughts about the dogs on that property and the prospects of a little girl wandering away without the dogs alerting, or someone taking her without the dogs alerting?
You know, Benny, we were on the same mindset when I was watching the video, from Chris. The thing that struck me the most was how many dogs were there. So obviously anytime a stranger would approach the home, I'm sure the dogs would bark at him, or at least gather down. Even friendly dogs will go down and greet somebody with tails wagging and everything. But certainly the first moment they're shocked by a stranger coming through the woods, they'd be barking and alerting the owners, I'm sure, is what the typical patterns are. I own dogs, and that's what my dogs do anytime someone approaches the front of the house. So I would think that in order for there to be any kind of viable abduction scenario, she'd have to wander off, like little girls do, chasing a butterfly or something, find herself far.
And then I was like, man, it's not enough these dipshits are on the dog thing again, right? Just whatever, and with the fucking dog shit again. Did that motherfucker just say butterfly? I was like, that motherfucker just said butterfly. I was like, man, mine help. That motherfucker just said butterfly. Alright. So I'm like, well, alright. I was like, I just feel like I'm sort of done here now. And then I just eventually, I was like, alright, we're just gonna finish this shit. Fuck them and their dog bullshit and their butterfly bullshit. And I'm just like, whatever. But I eventually came back to it.
Away from the home, that she encounters somebody that shouldn't be there. That's about the only thing I can think of.
And Chris, with that scenario, going back to the property here, like, I could see that happening in a much more densely populated place. You're at a park, you're at a mall, a child wanders off and can get scooped up, right? But here, it seems like there's a little more isolation. So someone would have to be lying in wait and just hoping that the child wanders away.
Yeah, absolutely, Vinny. And what you and Jason are talking about, just going back to the dogs for a second, when I pulled up, I counted them. There were about 16 dogs that came out of the woods.
16 when you pulled up?
When I pulled up, there were 16, and I asked her, where are all these dogs coming from? And Mom said that folks...
Now I know what the hell he's talking about. Because, see, some of us are present that ain't Chris pulled in. And, heard him and the others with him loud and clear, word for word. And the aggravated tone with, and trying to figure out where to fucking park bullshit first, and irritation with the dogs and whatever, but bitch, there wasn't no 16 down there. And you were already like, oh, these dogs are gonna do anything they say, la la, right? And I really thought about being polite and like going down there and moving certain things around so you'd have someplace to park. I was like, you know what? Fuck this shit today. I'm tired. I don't feel good. I don't think so. I let them fucking deal with it. And I went back to my cabin and I turned shit up. And I wouldn't have to hear any of your stupid shit or anybody else's that day. Because I didn't want to hear any more shit. I heard you. And there wasn't no 16. And you didn't count them first. Anyway. Those of us in there and around there know that all those dogs never came back in the number they were prior to the days when they were vanished. They did not. And I gotta tell you, in person, within the first few hours and days, we were looked at and told, we just seen 3, we just seen 6 after like 5, 6 days. Yeah, that ain't all of them, sir. Where the fuck are they? Kept asking that. And not all that were ever there were ever there again, so whatever the fuck, say, some of those you seen weren't even theirs over there. Either way, it doesn't matter. I'm sick of going over all the dog shit. Alright? And I don't even know that I don't know. I know that even if you take away those, well, you still haven't. Took me quite a long time to have the duh moment. It's like, wait a minute. Even if those, because they were not present like they should have been or reacting like they should. They were not on the 15th. And they should have been there throughout the course of the day. They should have barked at Eldest and I, and Little as well, as we moved about on 125 for different portions of that day. 'Cause hell, even though they could hear me step out the cabin, bro, and then blah, 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 over there. Fuck, they knew us, and they would come over in our driveway and raise hell, and one or two in particular, would come on their asses into my driveway to, like, sort of pretend to nip at hills and shit like that. And me just try to get my own car and shit. Ain't give no fucks. Them dogs were like, you know, whether they knew you or not. I ain't giving no damns. There's only very few people they didn't bark at, and there's not much they didn't bark at all the fucking time. And so, anyway, the point is, even 0 of them there that day, what you still have in play are I and several other neighbors' dogs that would have been. And there was strange behavior from some on the 15th, and others that would have been heard had, I think, any vehicle been parked in certain areas down there, or anyone taking Summer down the dog trail. And I think that would have been audible to I and other neighbors had that been so. And I think there are many things that, no, man, that all of ours would have alerted to. I don't, it's up to feds now to figure out. But it took me a while to figure out that even if you take away those over there, you still have in play everybody else's. And certain things just I just don't. I don't know, but I'm not Ellie and not Fifth. So I mean, depends on what day and fire and puzzle, I suppose, right? And who you are, and where you live, and where you were during certain moments of especially June 15th. And what you heard, saw behavior patterns of animals and people and comings and goings and things. Things that should have been present, things that weren't, things that were that shouldn't have been, I don't know. There's a whole host and abundance of things. But whatever these people say.
In the area, just drop the dogs off in the neighborhood, and they all come up to that property.
Okay, to me that speaks volumes. That is incredibly insightful in all of this. All right, Jason. So as you look at the property, there are other possibilities here. Without pointing a finger at anyone, but if something happened to her and someone wanted to dispose of those remains in that terrain, do you think it would survive the level of searching that was done?
I would think initially, yeah, because the scent of cadavers is so strong with a fresh death. But as time goes on, certainly cadaver dogs could pick up the scent. But initially you're looking for displaced soil where you could see that there was, some shoveling or something and replacement of soil or disturbance of vegetation if there was some kind of clandestine burial. Other than that, I would feel that TBI did a sufficient job with their search as they've certainly moved on.
I can't figure it out. Does this guy understand what time of year it was? The season, the temperatures, how many dogs you use this year? Does he understand what kind of equipment was used and disturbances and ground? Those would be picked up even if dogs, he acts like, and well, I assume that there would be a burial disturbance dirty, like, and that would somehow disrupt cadavers or something. Like, man, do they just say whatever? Is that what it is? Do they just email these people and like, hey, you want to come on and talk today? Is that it? And then like and it's like 5 minutes before they go live on TV? Is that what the hell happens here? I don't know. But okay.
To other areas, including doing polygraphs. So it really kind of narrows because the scent of cadavers isn't so strong with a fresh death. But as time goes on, certainly cadaver dogs could pick up the scent. So, but initially you're looking for displaced soil where you could see that there was, some shoveling or something and replacement of soil or disturbance of vegetation if there was some kind of clandestine burial. Other than that, I would feel that TBI did a sufficient job with their search as they've certainly moved on to other areas, including doing polygraphs. So it really kind of narrows it down. If it's not the parents doing some kind of concealment or some other hostile force, it's somebody from outside the home. And then the question really gets vague, who could that be? I would feel that TBI did a sufficient job with their search as they've certainly moved on to other areas, including doing polygraphs. So it really kind of narrows it down. If it's not the parents doing some kind of concealment.
But the polygraphs are done within like day 1 to like day 5, whatever. The searches weren't scaled back for weeks. And then that time, here telling and C&D to our faces, they were being requested more polygraphs. And they refused. Don's even said they were on YouTube, or recordings, and that he would tell Candace most of them. So it's like, what? And that's, what's he mean? Well, they did the searches and they moved on to polygraphs, and the parents are, they really just email these people 12 seconds before air, don't they? Carry on.
Or some other disturbance of vegetation if there was some kind of clandestine burial. Other than that, I would feel that TBI did a sufficient job with their search as they've certainly moved on to other areas, including doing polygraphs. So it really kind of narrows it down. If it's not the parents doing some kind of concealment.
Polygraphs, searches, then polygraphs moved on. Who gave this guy the order? What the fuck is he going on about?
Or some other hostile force, it's somebody from outside the disturbance of vegetation if there was some kind of clandestine burial. Other than that, I would feel that TBI did a sufficient job with their search as they've certainly moved on to other areas, including doing polygraphs. So it really kind of narrows it down. If it's not the parents doing some kind of concealment or some other hostile force, it's somebody from outside the home.
If it's not the parents or some other hostile force, then it would be someone else outside the home. Isn't that the same fucking thing? Parents or someone else? It'd be some... What does he fucking mean, hostile force or someone else? Same damn thing, is it not? And what does he mean, like that statement about the TBI? Well, he's talking about a burial. He's like, well, other than that, I guess TBI did. What? It didn't even make sense.
And then the question really gets vague. Who could that be?
Absolutely. Thanks so much for your help.
And then the question, it gets vague. Who could that be? Well, no, according to Ainsley, the 2-year mark, there's some sort of something somewhere. There's somewhat of a list, and a 2-year mark that's still included. Fuck it. And that was after several return searches and polygraph and an Inton and a this and a that and just fuck it all. Carrying on.
Wow. Children don't just disappear.
No
I'm Benny
shit.
Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues. I'm Benny Politan. We continue our investigation of the disappearance of 5-year-old Summer Wells. Sometimes children disappear at night, sometimes from parks or crowded malls, or sometimes walking home from school. But Summer disappeared in the middle of the day from her own house. Here's her story.
That too happens. And there are all kinds of circumstances and all kinds of possibilities that happens everywhere. Daytime, nighttime, in between, and okay, fine.
Summer Wells was home playing in the garden and running around outside in the middle of the day when she
was playing in the garden. The garden.
Went inside her Tennessee home to play with her siblings. It was June 15th, 2021. And to this day, no one has seen or heard from Summer since. Her parents have spoken publicly many times, recounting what happened that day, urging the public for help, all while some looked at the family with suspicion. There have been massive searches for Summer.
Have they really? Urging the public for help.
And years of publicity surrounding this case, but none of it has led to an answer. None of it has led to Summer. Where is this little girl from Hawkins County, and what happened to her? So when you're searching for a missing person, especially a missing child, there's one question that really starts everything, which begins the investigation, and that's my next question, which is, where was she last seen? Absolutely significant in all of this. Let me bring in my guests who are going to help us. Former homicide detective and host of the Interview Room, Chris McDonough, has done a lot of investigating of this case. And forensic psychiatrist, trial expert witness, author and columnist, Dr. Carol Lieberman. What I want to do, Chris and Dr. Carol, is take a look at what Chris did, going inside the home and showing us the last place where Summer Wells allegedly was. Let's take a look at that.
Them three were sitting right here in front with their eyes glued to the TV, like always. And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs, Mom, to play. So I went over here like this. So this is where the stairs are.
Okay.
Intentionally down under there.
Oh, down into her
Down into
bedroom.
our bedroom, and then hers is on the other side.
Oh, okay, in the basement.
Yeah, in the basement.
Well, this makes sense now, see?
And then I yelled and I said, Summer, Summer. And she didn't, I listened for a minute, I didn't hear nothing. So I went like this. Is this how I always get down here?
Yeah.
But on the interview with Ainsley, she calls it in the playroom. Swap back and forth there for a while.
I don't know if you want to come down here or not.
Do I gotta be tiny to get in there?
No, you should.
Can we come in from the other side?
Well, we can, but it make more sense if you went this way.
Okay, I'll follow you. Oh, man. Good grief,
No,
girl.
my 6-foot husband can fit down here. You can.
Huh?
My husband's 6 foot. I know if he can fit, you can.
This... Oh, my gosh. Way to go.
This is my husband's room.
Okay.
And over here, well, it's a mess again.
That's all right.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was. Because Waylon's only 9.
Okay.
And they stay down here. And these are all her toys, all her Paw Patrols, all
Her movies. She's got a movie about the Savior.
The boys I brought back down here after she went missing because I didn't want them upstairs by themselves anymore.
And this is all her toys.
These are all her toys. All these toys that are down here are all hers, except for like the trucks and the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and the game system. That's the boys'.
Okay.
But them are all her toys.
And she's really into Paw Patrol, I see.
Yeah, I've been collecting from day one. And these are all her little ponies that we've bought. And then these are them girls that she likes. Them new fashion, I don't know what they are, little princesses or whatever. She's like all kinds. Here's one of them bracelets.
Oh, that's just one of them what do they call these? Oh, this is little pony bracelets.
Yeah, I don't know what they were really called. But she liked them, and so I would just, every time I go to the garage sale, I'd buy her what she wanted.
Okay.
You know, whenever I got a little bit of money, I spend it on the kids.
Yeah, this is her, this is, I understand her now.
Yeah.
Even better. Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is really important.
Yeah, I come down and I searched. I looked up underneath the beds under there. We can't really get on. I can't get under there.
Yeah, yeah.
But I looked under there, looked under every blanket I could possibly look under.
Yep.
And then I come over here and I looked on one side and the other one. And I don't recall if this was locked or not. I don't recall that.
Okay.
But I know, it's hard to know. But I know when I did come out here, I said, Summer. Because sometimes she'll sit right here and just sit here and play just for, you know. And usually when she comes out and she goes directly that way up to the swing.
Oh, okay, so this is like her,
yeah, she
come running out.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, you can see the path here.
Right to the swing.
Right, you can see where she could have run right up to
here. And
here.
this is all the further she would go. She wouldn't leave.
Okay.
She wouldn't go nowhere else.
Okay, Chris, the house itself, and to get down to her room, is that like a little tunnel or something?
Yeah, Vinny, I mean, to be honest with you, I was blown away when I first, when she says, down into the basement, and I couldn't see what she was talking about, so she took me around that little bar thing there, and there was this hole cut out, and that stairwell was about probably 20 inches wide, and then when you got down into that stairwell, you can see how dark it was in that basement. There were 2 light sources immediately, one from the door, and then the second was from a small window that was covered, but it was getting through some light, and then there was a single light bulb in there, and it was, in my opinion, I told her I had a better understanding of Summer because I had a really difficult time trying to figure out why a 5-year-old just arbitrarily would take off down into that basement, to play with her toys while her brothers are upstairs. And that's who she wanted to go into the house to see.
Right. The story was I want to go be with my siblings, but they're upstairs. Dr. Carol Lieberman, the other thing that strikes me here, not being judgmental, it's just there's a lot of clutter in this house. It's a little, does that tell you anything about what's going on in this house? Like the physical state of the I don't want to say cleanliness, the order in the house?
Yes, of course. And I watched a number of Chris's videos, and a lot of times he says to her, I don't mean to be judgmental, or I want to be judgmental, and he isn't. And I think people seem to be looking everywhere, but not wanting to confront, on a deeper level, the parents. First of all,
people like Sandy and others can see, feel and hear insincerity and false whatever, and it's pretty damn easy. And I gotta tell you, see him sort of leaks that at times. It's like that weird shit he does with Hunter, and the crick thing with C, and the trying to do teen language, and it's just very disingenuous to placostomus type shit. It's very blatant and obvious, I think, most. Probably do better without that type of shit than with it. But, whatever. Floats that dude's boat. I know it's definitely a no for me when I hear people doing that. I'm like, you ever just, thought about not? No. So I don't know.
letting the dogs, you were saying that says a lot, the fact that they have all these dogs roaming around, and that they let people drop them off. People just come and they drop their dogs off.
Why would she say that? Nobody allows people to just drop their dogs off. That is not what Candace said. When she says she's watched these people, Candace didn't say they allowed people to drop off. What was really occurring? But yeah, okay. Sure. Whatever y'all say.
There is a carelessness. There's alcohol abuse. There's drug abuse. There's a carelessness of taking care of the kids. I mean, the kids, her brothers are now taken by Child Protective Services. So what does that tell you? And there was supposed to have been abuse. They took them because of being abused, and so many other things. For example,
who said that? Who told this lady that? Whatever. Have they ever even given a reason why the boys are removed? I don't recall that being public knowledge, or it's more than what C&D or anybody else said, but I don't think a reason by the state or officials or court has ever been given on the removal. And I know FOI requests don't get that out of juvenile courts and systems, and what the hell? It's odd.
The fact that she was sleeping down there with her, she was 5 and her brother was 9. Now I know when houses are...
I mean, obviously there's reason, but she says just pure abuse, and multiple reasons, or neglect, or drug, she's... Why that specific, I don't know, just whatever.
Cramped and so on, you kind of have to sleep together, but... and then there's the fact of the shed, that there's been abuse. There's a carelessness of... First of all,
what is this?
Letting the dogs, you were saying that says a lot, the fact that they have all these dogs roaming around, and that they let people drop them off. People just come and they drop their dogs off. there is a carelessness. There's alcohol abuse, there's drug abuse, there's a carelessness of taking care of the kids. I mean, the kids, her brothers are now taken by Child Protective Services. So what does that tell you? And there was supposed to have been abuse. They took them because of being abused, and so many other things. For example, the fact that she was sleeping down there with her, she was 5 and her brother was 9. Now I know when houses are cramped and so on, you kind of have to sleep together, but, and then there's the fact of the shed, that the father apparently went to look in the shed when he heard that his daughter was missing. Why would he think what was going on in that shed that he would think that his daughter would go there?
What the fuck is this lady implying? Why is she only there? It seems like to pump out the same narratives and shit that Chris has for all these years. Are these main things Chris has made the big things in? Why is that?
The mother lied about the drink. She said, I think that, or at least she said a different story than one of the children said. She said that it was like a soft drink, and he said that it was a twisted tea. And then she said, on Child Protective Services. So what does that tell you? And there was supposed to have been abuse. They took them because of being abused, and so many other things. For example, the fact that she was sleeping down there with her, she was 5 and her brother was
breathlessness, trying to get out as much as fast as she can, most of them. Chris's talking points to the ears, his stuff, the licking. I don't know, I feel some type of way about this.
9. Now I know when houses are cramped and so on, you kind of have to sleep together, but and then there's the fact of the shed, that the father apparently went to look in the shed when he heard that his daughter was missing. Why would he think what was going on in that shed that he would think that his daughter would go there? The mother lied about the drink. She said, I think that, or at least she said a different story than one of the children said. She said that it was like a soft drink, and he said that it was a twisted tea. And then she said about and then if there was porn playing in the parents' bedroom. I mean, it's a house of horror.
See, that's another McDonough thing with the whole porn playing in the background shit. It was him that put that in there. And then he did go back and fix it. It was a commercial. By the time the millions around the world had already been set loose to there was porn in the background. But he did, in a small piece, eventually go, oh yeah, that was just one of those commercials. Too late. He doesn't correct his buddy there either. She's like house horrors, porn playing background, so shed, porn. You want to hit all the Chris McDonough high notes, lady? I mean, take a breath. You'd hate it if you didn't get all of them in there. Who are you working for, exactly? The fuck is this shit? You had the word fucking dungeon in there too? I don't know. Is there a blue couch up your ass, ma'am? If there is, I got a few tragedy pimps running the streets that are innocent and the whereabouts of that blue couch. They need to speak to you ASAP. Dost thou have the blue couch up one's ass, man? You know what I mean? Y'all feel me? I know you. Fucking idiots. Fucking idiot. I don't know what they're all doing. I don't know. And just whatever, man, whatever.
So
most days I'm pretty grateful that shit never worked out throughout the years. Around this. And even though I just. And by this, I mean meetings and things like that. In ways, just because, like, I'm pretty sure this jackass thought when it was entailing it, I was trying to avoid, well, it actually said that avoid all these things, right, at a certain point, but just the feel is off, timing is off, the attempted weird TV cop type tricks for real one that weren't necessary, that ain't real cop would not like, I just, stupid shit. But it happened to me after the whole weirdness that already began that day. There ended up being a whole lemony snicket series of unfortunate events that probably made it think that I was like, you know. And I was like, but I was like, well, I'm gonna keep my word. But then a whole series of unfortunate, I consider them very fortunate now, events did occur. Medical wise, otherwise, around family members and stuff. I was fucking tired too. And there ain't no need to be playing that fucking funky ass cop shit with me. This whole fucking Hawaii 5-0 goofball bullshit either. With this, like, make them wait and stress it and shit. Like, I can't help you when I be filling on your pre-retirement fills, okay? Forced retirement and want to be, like, super competent, okay? Bro, but don't take that shit out on me. Just be a fucking human. Try that shit. Okay? Ain't no need to make it weird. Alright, pal, buddy guy. But anyway, there happened to be a series of events here that shit progressively throughout the day showed me that I just wanted no part of this, but it's stupid shit. Like, man, it gets worse every time I run this fella. Every time. He must be playing some fuck shit with me. Quit playing fuck shit with me. I don't like fuck shit. And the thing is, real LE and feds and shit, they don't play this fuck shit. They do not play the fuck shit. I experienced this fuck shit. They know they don't have to. They just gotta treat a motherfucker like the like, I don't know what the fuck school of fuck face is when I don't even know. But I don't know, man. I'm like, holy shit, bro. But anyway, I'm sure he thought because of events that I was bullshitting or whatever. No, I got proof I never did bullshit this fucking asshole. And real medical events were occurring and shit. But I had indeed been up all day. I'd been in oncology and palliative care. He knew this, obviously, because the weirdness started that day. There wasn't no need to do it that way, and I think there was an attempt at making sure that happened on that day. And at that time, Jump Out Boy style, also shit. There wasn't no need in that. Having some compassion and being on, okay, this chick's still willing to talk to me even though they're tired. They've been at goddamn palliative care. You know? And they're still gonna speak to me and say, hey, you know? And they don't even want to air, they don't want any shit like that. They're just gonna speak to me. And, you know, to try to help. And I keep playing fuck stick games with them. And I'm fucking with a local who knows I'm a goddamn liar. And I'm standing there going, oh, well, I think you're fucking with me. So I'm gonna tell him I'm meeting with, like, Lawson himself, and I'm working with him, and I'm dropping off all his case files to him, whatever. I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck. Drop them off to fucking Hoover or whoever the fuck you want to, bro. I don't give a damn. Is that supposed to fucking impress me? Like, I can press a button and message Lawson too, bitch. I don't give a fuck. You know? Wow. Ex-law enforcement can speak. Oh, he's working. The fuck are you, Shania Twain? Anyway. It's like, man, why can't you just stop playing fuck shit? You just stop that. Anyway, like, whatever, bro. I'm tired. And then there was some medical stuff happening here with others, and I mean, I'm not waiting all day. You're not gonna play stupid shits with me, whatever, you know? And then, well, I'm gonna wait here, and all of a sudden I'm working with love. I'm like, I don't care. Fine. Okay? And then I was like, bitch, I'm gonna take a nap. I was like, yeah. And then it was like this instant switch of, oh, wait. You know, I'll be here in like 10. You know, timing didn't make sense with where people were versus what they said they were doing. And then I was like, well, fuck this. We'll just send out whatever, right? And they thought it wouldn't be accessible. And then all of a sudden, they're right next to you. I'm like, fuck this bullshit. Fuck with me. See, now you just fuck. Stop that. I don't like that. Shows me that you're not gonna just be normal. I don't do not normal. That tells me you got a flavor on it. And considering other things in the background prior and stupid shit several times. Yeah, it's not a control thing. It's just like, dude, people that want to play games like that, there's no need in them. How hard is it to go, okay, I'll meet you here at XYZ and then fucking beat it. Quit with stupid games in between. Quit playing cop. Fuck my, like, I'm gay. And then that just, it just, alarm flag. I know the real ones will pass. And then each and every time I tested them, you know, hey, do you have access to someone who can actually help? Like, you know, what were those things, debriefers and all those? Or, hell, how about a fucking polygraph or something from cold case? Anything to actually help? Nah, I was promised that, by the way. I was told yes. He could get one for me, and it would be done before, that was part of the deal. He'd get me a polygraph before coming here, and he just shows up, right? No polygraph, I knew there'd be no intention, no father, and I was like, no, he's not going to keep his end, he's not going to keep his word. But every time throughout a long time, every time I'd ask for true things that could truly help Summer or claw at things or anything, never could do shit. Even had to play sleight of hand tricks to confirm monster shit, but only after Green Eyes put it out in PG's room, and then Don B got it, and this one got it, and he starts texting Monster, and I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Hell no. So anyway, there was all these things that were just real unnecessary. I mean, you know who doesn't play games like that? Real goddamn law enforcement and feds and profilers and car teams and shit like that. They just don't, man. They show up, or they schedule, or you go in, or you do whatever, you know? And they ask you what the fuck they want to ask you, and you answer whatever, or you do whatever they want, and yeah, everybody goes on about whatever it is. No, it's that simple. You know? And of course, LE feds, they can lie, they can do whatever the fuck they want, they can use whatever tool sets are available to them, they can request those things of you, they can, you know, whatever, they can do whatever. But they ain't playing games like that shit. And so, and I wasn't. I would have meant to do it. And I've been fucking playing stupid CSI Miami fucking bullshit. And then never following through with anything he ever said. And they're truly helping me try to help claw out shit I know I hold and I want goddamn access to. Still yet, I know it's there. Things I'd love to have. But I don't think I'm being allowed to have. Because they maybe think that tragedy pimps get all, or they knew, I think, that when I was trying to access them, even though I believe in what I was told from some of the best polygraph experts in the world that do indeed still work with and train all the FBI and things. I can't work with them. And some of the best in the world. That the polygraph results would only be with them and with I, and others could not be present. I think maybe the reason permissions weren't given, even if I paid for it, and FBI approval needed and things, was because they were afraid this group and, you know, whatever would get a hold of it, or that I would maybe give it to them. And I would not have had that been requested, because the only reason for ever wanting it really done is to show the truth. And I know it's just a tool and it's valuable and it can be wrong and all these things, but you know, all these things. But I just wanted to help truth and light shine. I mean, to leave those things behind. In case at some point I'm not here before summer's found. And so it makes it easier on law enforcement. And that if it ever does go cold, that when it's picked up again, that those picking it up will have an easier time, even though they too will know that's a tool and it's valuable and not admissible. And I would even agree to a little taken one. That way they'd know. Because the chances of one, or especially a child or anybody being able to have the degree of anything on scales to pass with too, and I know little kid with flat colors. Slim to none, man. You know? So I know that too would back up. And everything. And I know that all of us could pass. I know that because I know what we're saying. Happened on June 15th. I know we're telling the truth. I want the debriefers to help me access things. You know? Not for tragedy pimps, not for fucking content, but for something. For law enforcement. And maybe selfishly somewhere in here, a small percentage for peace, right? If there's something there. I'd do anything. For law enforcement, feds, Vink. For somewhere. For truth and light in the middle of fucking chaos and monsters. I would. I don't care what the world believes, because these tragedy pimps for so many years are assholes playing fucking CSI Miami. I don't give a damn. I know the truth. And I know me, and I know my heart. I know the whys, and I know me just fine, and the world be damned. You know? They can say and do as they will. And one day I'll get around to the portion of fuck them for saying and doing as they will, and going such extreme real life on us for so many years and hunting and acquiring. The tactics used in case after case to do that to everyone long before Summers, those overlapping and those continuing cases they're in, like Sebastian's, Layla's Hollins, etc. And I'll take care of that. It's one thing after the other. Some before others. But, you know, this shit, man. This shit. And in case you're wondering what that is, it's one of the cats raising hell, but it's sprinkling, and I don't want to open it up. It's gonna lose its mind, and it's not gonna go out. It's just having fits better again. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get talking heads. I don't get tragedy pimp shit. I don't get the entertainment only horse shit. I don't get the mixture of trauma. I don't get it. I never will. I don't understand the supposed experts getting on shit their asses. I don't get how known frauds hold places and seats at the tables of those who are supposed to be the best organizations. I don't understand that. I don't understand why even the experts on here and in places around this realm aren't even people. You think at first they have these good names, and you come to realize that those online like that, man, they just play in the shell too. And there's so many of the bigger ones, and they're all their experts that do that. And I don't know how they're okay doing that. If ever they were any real good at what they usually did prior professionally, or retired from, or if they were ever any, then why they would then come online and do as they do sometimes, I don't think they would if they had ever been worth shit. Or maybe just selling it, I don't know. I wonder a lot of damn things. No, I keep fucking stepping on the thing up here. Anyway, I don't think I'll ever get it other than that. Some people just do whatever it takes. Just do whatever the hell it is. Don't care. It gives me great concern with what some used to do, etc. professionally, though. And with everything they've ever touched in their whole last careers before coming to YouTube. It really does. And obviously, we know some even had some issues. Anyway, I want to rewind a bit. We'll carry on.
She said, I think that at least she said a different story. Was sleeping down there with her. She was 5 and her brother was 9. Now I know when houses are cramped and so on, you kind of have to sleep together. But and then there's the fact of the shed, that the father apparently went to look in the shed when he heard that his daughter was missing. Why would he think what was going on in that shed that he would think that his daughter would go there? The mother lied about the drink. She said, I think that at least she said a different story than one of the children said. She said that it was like a soft drink, and he said that it was a twisted tea. And then she said about and then there was porn playing in the parents' bedroom. I mean, it's a house of horror.
And it could be. I mean, what if this whole, this whole shed thing, right? I guess I'm tired of it. But Now, I think there's a great deal of bullshittery and mud and jello and fuckery and lies and chaos and all kinds of things, obviously. But also, for me, you know, you also have to think of it from, hell, maybe it's as simple as, at some point, Don went, well, fuck, I guess they've already searched up our house and all this, but whatever. And I see neighbors and everybody else out here searching for somewhere, and, well, I should probably check the one place that's a building down here we own. And that's shed and it's out towards the main road. And, Candace then may not have checked it yet. It could be that simple. Instead, because CM's made something look somebody, this lady's taking off that too. Okay. Here goes more of the shit. Dog shit. I don't know, right? Now, you are not going to start this till somebody's teaching you, baby. There's one eye to get off my fabric. Don't do it. Don't do it. Anyway. But they had to make everything nefarious shit. Now, maybe somebody knows something about a shit. Maybe this, maybe that. I don't know. Hell, it could be a million things. But maybe it is just something simple like that. Why can't it be, you think of it one way, like, okay, well, this time for us marking the puzzle or whatever, you know, maybe it is just as simple as someone thought, well, at least up there been searched or, you know, or knew or something, and then, or been told that, and then thought, well, fuck, all these other people are covering the ground looking for my daughter. Now, you think you get on it, it's fine. I have so many damn thoughts, 1,000 of them about everything, but hey, maybe this last place down there is not being gone into. I'll go into it and search. Take a look in the door. Instead, there has to be this old shit that I don't, whatever. But it could be that there's a shed thing. It could just be that it was, hey, let me look real quick, but whatever, man, you know?
So anything there. The mother lied about the drink. She said, I think that at least she said a different story than one of the children said. She said that it was like a soft drink, and he said that it was a twisted tea. You know, and then she said about the, and then there was porn playing. And
that one of the children said? Does she think that's one of the siblings, or is she aware that was one of the other children surrounding somewhere that is not one of the siblings? It's hard telling by what she said, but she made it sound like it was one of some of her siblings. I'm not sure she...
Parents' bedroom. I mean, it's a house of horrors. So anything could have happened to the poor little girl.
So, Chris, being inside that house, what's...
To, like what, you couldn't remember the name? The poor little girl.
What's your takeaway from the place where she is supposedly last seen?
Well, Dr. Lieberman nailed it. I mean, this was an obvious situation of there's a...
You mean she nailed all your talking points, or what? I didn't really hear her say anything new or substance or her own real perspective. She just gave out the hot talking points you've put out over the years. and then didn't really give an explanation, like, truly behind them, or anything, her thoughts on each thing she mentioned, or why, other than salaciousness, triggering language, words, and then to end it by going, oh, it's a true house of horrors, and then also mostly cast suspicion, or whatever, onto Candace. But after the first of this piece, where the host and all the other bells are like, well, it couldn't be the parents, because polygraphs. I mean, Chris, wildly enough, the first of this, tries to align himself more with the newest update by feds than what he's been doing for several years, which is saying only that Dawn could be guilty of it, or Candace, but mostly Dawn, and the shed and the whatever else, and yada yada, right? Now, that's strange. So he goes with what now he wants to align himself more with the Fed's newest release, I suppose. And so he's acting like he's unbiased and things about everything, not cultural. Yeah, and then and it's right back to Candace after his buddy lifts that back off with all his talking points. After the last guy did, back and forth, but I don't know.
A lot more here that we don't know yet, but my takeaway was and the most striking piece of it was the bedroom next to the child's room. And then the conversations between, the parents and
porn playing in the parents' bedroom. I mean, it's a house of horrors. So anything could have happened to the poor little girl.
So, Chris, being inside that house,
Instead of Chris and his little piece way back in the day that corrected the porn playing in the house, he could have taken that exact moment to correct his buddy and to at least turn 50,000+ people across the world that watched this piece. You go, no, there wasn't actually porn playing. You didn't do that. No. He didn't say, oh, I've already corrected that. I had things wrong. I was informed I was wrong. It was just one of the commercials. And I corrected that. He didn't correct his friend. He didn't put that out as a notate. Nothing. He could have done that. Instead, now over 150,000 more people believe that to be true. Because of something Chris has already said that was wrong and corrected. But he didn't bother doing it in front of that audience.
what's your takeaway from the place where she is supposedly last seen?
Well, Dr. Lieberman nailed it. I mean, this was an obvious situation of there's a lot more here that we don't know yet. But my takeaway was and the most striking piece of it was the bedroom next to the child's room. And then the conversations between, the parents made on the news about Summer would sleep with them. Immediately with the information that was on the TV, my red flag started to go up from an investigative aspect that, there may be other things happening here. We don't know that for sure. But certainly this child did not walk out that door, nor did I believe at that moment that a stranger came in and took her out that door. There was definitely some foul play in motion here.
And Dr. Carol Lieberman, how about getting information from the young siblings? How difficult is it to extract information from them?
Well, of course they're going to have loyalties to some degree to their parents, not want to tell on their parents. But I think that's probably the best chance. Like if they each develop a good relationship with a therapist, a trusting relationship, and it's a good therapist, I think a good therapist could eventually get some information from them, gradually, that could give some clues.
Big thank you. Chris McDonough, The Interview Room, incredible investigation of this case and so many cases. Everyone needs to check that out. And Dr. Carol Lieberman, your insight, expertise is so valuable to us. Thank you so much. Still to come, is Summer's mom telling the truth?
You went back in.
Yeah, me and Summer went back in the house. And then we were just doing normal stuff.
Okay.
Around the house like we normally do.
One of the most successful true crime TV shows ever.
This is crazy.
Now has a new home on America's original true crime obsession. 48 Hours on Cont TV. Coming up next on Cont TV.
Join me for a Cont TV true crime series where we take you from the crime scene to the courtroom in America's most compelling cases.
Victim to Verdict with Ted Rollins. New season premieres Sunday night, 8/7 Central, only on Cont TV.
While I'm out here, is there anything that you feel is important that you'd want to tell the world that I haven't asked you that you want to let them know?
Not really, just hope that everybody that's looking for her, that we can find her and bring her home safely.
Okay.
She was very precious to me.
One part of the disappearance of Summer Wells that has been interesting is that the parents have been very open to speaking. They've spoken to television stations. They've spoken to YouTube investigators like Chris McDonough, like you just saw there. They've spoken publicly about this case and have told their story. Take a listen now to Summer's mother telling the story of what happened when Summer disappeared.
To walk me through, you get home,
Both are more likely to speak on here than to real journalists and media. And, different personalities and shit. It's always been a little strange. Anyway.
the groceries inside. Is Don home, by the way?
No, he's not.
Okay.
Actually, I parked the truck and I opened both doors. It's really hard because this lawnmower is. But I opened the doors up and I shook her. I said, "Wake up, we're at home." She jumped right up.
Okay.
Like nothing. I unbuckled her and I said, "Come on." I said, "Mom, I'll be right back." Went in there and got the boys and they were sitting at the table. And I said, "Come on, let's get the groceries out." And we brought them all in the house, went through them all.
And all that. So what happens when she comes in? The boys are playing where?
No, the boys are actually sitting here.
Okay.
And they're actually sitting right here at the table watching TV.
Okay, so they're at the table watching TV. Okay.
They were all locked in. Nobody could get in. Nobody could get out.
Okay.
Kind of thing.
Watching TV. Where's Summer?
Summer, she was with me.
Okay, so walk me.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people, like, because they're in here for years, it's been that nobody in, nobody out thing locked in. They always misattribute that one way or the other. But I think that was her getting in advance and the thing out there for when she had left the boys alone that day and talking about that they've been locked in, nobody out while they were gone. And her, Summer, and Candace Sr. and her, so. But a lot of people take that role with other ways, obviously.
Through that.
Alright, well, we walked up in here and we got Josie, Wyatt, and Waylon, the boys.
Right, you put the groceries down, right?
Yeah, well, we went back out and then we brought the groceries and put them down. And then Mom, she went and took her stuff to her house and put her stuff away.
Okay.
And then, of course, me and Summer went back over, put our stuff away.
Okay. You went back in.
Yeah, me and Summer went back in the house. And then we were just doing normal stuff.
Okay.
Around the house like we normally do. And I come out, Mom was sitting there at the time. I come out and I was standing here. I was like, what are you doing? What are you staring at? She's like, these plants, I gotta get them transplanted. I was like, well, Summer will help us, so I went back in. By that time, she was sitting on the floor playing with her toys.
Right here?
No, in the kitchen where we were just at.
Okay.
She was actually sitting on the floor playing with the toys at that time. I said, Summer, you want to help plant flowers? And she jumped up, left her toys, and us, of course. That's cool.
Yeah,
so
that's what kids do. It's their job.
What?
Okay.
We walked over here and we transplanted these cactuses from the little pots that they were in. We transplanted these ones here into this bigger pot, and that one in that bigger pot. And she took the rocks that we've gotten from different gem mines when we went up to Gatlinburg and stuff.
Okay.
And she's the one that spreaded all the rocks around in here. And then she put her puppies in here because she wanted Chase in there, you know.
Okay.
That was cool.
Where are those puppies now?
What do you mean?
Oh, the little puppies are ruins.
Yeah, these little.
Oh, yeah, those little guys. Oh, that's Paw Patrol.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the police one.
Yep, that's Chase. He's always on the case.
Okay. Okay.
And then it hit me. What if this whole time it wasn't that she had supposedly spread the white rocks in there? But Candace just meant she spread out a few of the gem, the mine gem ones in there and put Chase in there. Not the white rocks, after all. Those are already in planters, and they just stuck a cactus and like 4 succulents down in about 3.5 seconds. And she didn't mean Summer had done all the white rock, but that Summer had just sprinkled a few gemstones from the gem mining from Gatlinburg, whatever, and done their coops and all that shit in there. Could be.
Oh, I see another one over here.
She put them in there. Yeah, you're on the cactus.
Okay, don't take those out, okay?
No, I leave them right there.
I know.
And then we went in my mom's way. We can't get in there.
Yeah, that's fine. Went in there.
We went in there and got some candy and stuff. She gets from grandma.
Okay.
And I said, well, I'm going to go back over to the house. She wanted to go back, so I figured I'd go back, you know.
Okay.
And I brought her, I literally walked over to here. Like, literally walked right to here where I could see the boys and on the kitchen table.
Got them.
And I watched her walk in there, and afterwards, when she was already in there, I walked over and said, quiet. And he looked at me and I said, watch Sissy, I'll be right back. And that's when I walked back over to my mom's.
Okay.
And I was fixing her brace and stuff like that. And I said, well, Mom, I got to go back over with the kids. And that's when I come back up into the house.
Okay.
With the boys.
Okay.
Okay.
You walked into the house.
I walked into here. I walked in here and them 3 were sitting right here in front with their eyes glued to the TV. Like no one's. And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs and on the play.
Okay, so there's the story. Here's the story, which brings me to my next question. And it's about the story told by Summer's mom. Is Summer's mom telling the truth here? Is there anything she's saying or doing with her body language that indicates deception? Let me bring in my next guest who's going to help us through all this. Body language expert and New York Times best-selling author of the book, You Can't Lie to Me. Janine Driver is with us. Janine, great to see you. She's very open. I mean, Chris is not the only person she spoke to, but she gave an in-depth walking around telling exactly what her story is. What did you see? What did you hear from her?
Listen, it's not a slam dunk that, sometimes I watch someone and I immediately say, oh, this person's lying. That's not happening here. And with that being said, there are some hot spots
that if I had an opportunity to ask her, I would ask some additional questions. And what are some of the hot spots? She says, actually, I opened the truck when talking about coming home. The word actually, and we've weighed in on.
And I gotta tell you, the whole actually thing got to me a long time ago. I'm like, how many times can you use the word actually? Versus, right? Then you get to a certain point and that word's no longer included or used. Also, the word brought, used once. Several things that happen once and slips in quite a short amount of time, but they're all somethings for some reason.
This before, Vinny, and you at home actually is comparing two things. You know, did you buy the blue truck or the red car? Actually, I bought the blue truck. One says, actually, I opened the truck. As opposed to what? So this, to me, would be the question, as opposed to what? Anytime you see that or hear that word in a text or an email or in a conversation, ask as opposed to what? She says it again. I was actually watching TV. She says the boys were in the other room and I was actually here watching TV with her daughter. Then she does go outside and she scratches her head, which is a pacifier. The higher the hold, the more anxiety is told. The closer we get to the brain, the more stress and anxiety. It makes sense. Her daughter's missing. So she scratches her head. Then she does an elbows out like this. We saw Chris Watts do this, Vinny. You may remember when the police officer went into the neighbor's house. He had a camera on his uniform, and Chris Watts is watching footage of the neighbor watching him load something into the truck, which we later find out is Shanann and his two young daughters, Celeste and Bella, were supposedly still alive at that point. When we see Chris Watts see that footage, he goes like this. Elbows out, shock is about. So we see this in law enforcement all the time, or if you are a first responder, you'll often see this. The World Trade Center crumbled down. You see people do these elbows out. Basketball players, Caitlin Clark, love her. Caitlin Clark, right? If she misses a ball, doesn't happen often, but you might see elbows out right here when a play doesn't go the way we want it to go. So this is shock is about, there's a problem here. She does use past tense. Past tense is indicative of someone telling the truth. She jumped up. I'm not hearing tense changes, which would be indicative of someone creating a story. We went and we got candy and stuff. I'd want to know what's and stuff. And we literally walked. Now, this word literally walked is confusing to me because why literally? We just walked here. Isn't everything literal that you're telling us? There's an expression we like to use, Vinny, and you at home. Truthful people convey. Liars try to convince. So we literally walked over here. Why the literally? Instead of we walked here, and then we walked here. Is she overselling at this point? That's a hot spot for me here. We literally walked. And then she said, we just went outside to play, or we just went downstairs to play. Oh, about her sons. When she asked, where's Summer? She just went downstairs to play. The word just is a minimizing word. Can I ask you just a couple questions, Vinny?
Oh, it's going to be more than a couple.
Can I ask you just a couple? So just is a minimizing word. So there are some verbal spots of stress and some nonverbal concerns I have, but this is not a 90% she's telling the truth. This is a 50-50, if not 60% telling you the truth. And riding that edge of 40%, there's more to the story.
Right. And the thing that struck me as I watched her, she just seemed very comfortable. Right? A man's got a camera, is asking you questions. The world is going to see it, and there's a level of comfort there. So I'm kind of with you on all that. So we're just about out of time. But like zero, I guess you said 60%. You feel like this is very truthful, but there's something else to the story. And
this comfort that you're talking about, Vinny, the comfort, that's out of place, right? Your daughter's missing. Where is the fear and the sadness? This is the thing that concerned me with Chris Watts when I watched him. Two things didn't appear. Fear and sadness. Where's fear and sadness?
We are out of time. Janine Driver, thank you so much. Appreciate it. You know, sometimes I cover stories about missing children that have gotten very little attention. And in those cases, publicity can make a big difference, making people aware or getting people to actually search. But what makes this case so frustrating and baffling is that there have been massive searches and an incredible amount of publicity, both locally and nationally, on shows like this. So unfortunately, what I think here is that the longer it takes, the more difficult it's going to be to find little Summer. I'm Vinnie Politan. We'll keep digging for answers as the investigation continues.
Anyway, as y'all can see, and I sort of agree with some of the points of last year. Yeah, maybe it's because of my penchant for language and all other stuff, I don't know, but things I've thought myself, my own biases, and where it concerns my own thoughts on certain words used. I hope not. I hope that I'm not just, okay, this one thinks similar, so therefore, you know. So generally don't go for that shit either. And try to watch myself if ever find myself agreeing with it, you know what I mean? Like, is it just because this fits things I think or want to think, you know what I mean, about? Because I've heard everybody and their brother say different things about the same exact words, and these experts and all that around everything, you know. Each one of them give a different reason behind word usage and what their expertise tells them. So I'm like, damn. So, like, this, like, it's not, like, every college teaching all y'all different. I don't know. Every program, all of you worked at the same agency, but for some reason, the same, I don't understand it, whatever, you know. But yeah, so, you know, I think I've been robbed of, my letter, hid it from myself. Anyway, so yeah, there's that bunch of business, and I just, it was in my recommended section, and I thought it was an old piece, and I looked, I was like, wait a second, and it said 7 days yesterday, today's at 8. I was like, what the hell? So they've not put much attention on it over here, obviously. Wonder why. Is it like one of those 2-year things? Or is it because everybody's like, really? Like, more of this shed porn, there's so much wrong in here. What the hell is this? And it's like, seems to be all back in CM's biggest talk. And it goes back and forth by the end of it. First, it's trying to clear everything with C&D, and then by the end, it's hitting and hammering just at C solely. And in the middle, you have Chris pretending like he's not been just zoned in on certain stuff, but now he's suddenly agreeing with feds on the release of the, you know, everything around June 15th this year, and that has not been the case for all the years. I don't know, is everybody doing like a rewrite? Either way, I just, it's so many things, just one after the next. No real anything there other than, but then there's all that weirdness, the timeline wrongness, the red truck wrongness, see him not bothering to report what he put out to the world already as wrong info and corrected, just barely. He didn't do it in front of that big of an audience for sure. And there's just so much bullshit with it. You know? And then, after seemingly doing the whole, then there's that the sheds and the twisted and this and that. And I just, what the hell is going on, Same shit, same tragedy pimp station, I guess. Drama entertainment. Now look here, Ernie. I know you've hidden the lighter. I know you're responsible. See, I knew it was Ernie. Gave her any water, and so I knew it was Ernie, y'all. I knew it was. So anyway, and my poor espresso. I've got to get some rice. I don't know. Anyway, I knew it was Ernie. When he was eating rice. So anyway, the thing is, that this is all, I don't know, why? Like, why? Why did he not self-correct again and be like, hey, I've already put it? I mean, like, why is he allowing his buddy and over 150,000 more to believe certain things? Nah, I can't say why he believes that Dawn is the first to mention red truck or whatever. All I can tell you is there were whispers up in the road that first evening before dark, but then it said the loss, and then it come from a company truck driver that him and all the guys know and knows reliable, so I can't tell you what Chris is saying any of that. You know. I don't know. Or why court TV allows some of that shit. But then again, why is it in this room too, you know? I don't know. Being wrong's one thing that's here, but it's like Chris, those moments, he knew he was clearly wrong. He'd already retracted that, but he didn't bother to retract or say it there, which means he allowed that on purpose. That ain't right. Again, really? Oh. Alright. And, that's not okay. Like I said, I don't know why I said the red truck stuff. Hell if I know. Really don't. Somebody to ask him that. But if he's wrong on that and misstated or there's no reason for doing so, I don't know. Did he do it intentionally or just because you're wrong? Will he correct that? I don't know. I know around the internet many times I've heard others say that Don's the one that put that out or told Elliot night or whenever, the next day or something, it was a red truck. But, you know, Lawson's the ones on the news saying it was somebody knowing a company truck that all them trucks that, you know, seen. Whatever the red truck is, and it was either 14th or 15th, you know? And so, hell what? Whatever, you know? But the dates on all that are wrong, they make it seem, I don't know why you don't include it. At least more of the major things in Summer's timeline, or why they don't include the stuff from Ansley 2 years. I don't know. I don't know. I don't. Can you not? I've already given you. No. But, see, that's it. That's the difference between being wrong. Because there is, you could be wrong. Anybody could be wrong. I'm not sure that makes it any better, but when you intentionally know that, and you have knowledge, it's like Chris. He knows he's already corrected that shit about the porn. But I didn't do it there. Again, why didn't he, why? So now, even more, believe that. That's him having knowledge that that's not accurate, it's not right. Sort of agreement again, and letting it run and actually letting somebody else take over the narrative for him. But those are all his things that belongs to him. He's the one who put that out there initially. But his buddy or whoever there hit all the high notes for him, shed, born on TV. He didn't correct, he didn't put on anything. There's a difference. I don't know. Don't know. Alright, bro. And rinse, and then we'll go get some ice. Do you want this more ice? Yeah. Okay. So anyway. But if the red truck shit's wrong, is it done with intention? Because that's not what Lawson and law enforcement say. So is it Chris being wrong, or just taking the word about a tragedy comes around the street, or I don't know, but really correct that. What's the point in it? I know what it will do if it's wrong. It'll mean the world thinks that Don put out the red truck shit. The initial red truck shit on purpose. To do whatever. And that is Chris's favorite bad guy. So, I don't know. But by the end of it, Dom's never, it's basically skirted over. By the end, it's all Candace origin, for sure. I don't get it. So was the red truck stuff on purpose? Was it wrong knowingly so? Was it just to hit it on, create more doubt around? Well, I don't know, I don't like any of this shit most time ever these days. But who's to say? Either way, like I said, if you're just doing whatever and tuning in, this one's continued from last one because the power went out. The thumbnails go with the Don B shit show and how him, Bulhorn, etc. share all the others, TM Lockdown, that same tragedy pimp shit show's working. Do exactly sort of what they did in Quentin's and many other cases. They've basically been working on cleansing Don B for several weeks since Bulhorn got her ass arrested and in trouble to take over and most likely skirt around and do the major stalking for Bulhorn, so and all that, and to circumvent her orders, and all the things. Same shit show, same playbook, same garbage. Just like, it's always the same garbage, right? Same fuckery with and around law enforcement, skirting of, evasion of, attempts to get around, and laws not paving, no consequences for the actions, or they do whatever the fuck. Same shit like CZ pulled that matches BK's and all of theirs this realm. Targeting us and others. Their bullshit calls to dispatch and services and wasting fucking time, fucking with everybody. It's all the same shit for years. But I do hope those in Sebastian's case, I'm sure they are, considering the same exact group, they're fucking with 4 cases total in East Tennessee and Sebastian. Yep. Doing the same shit they've done in so many prior to summers, overlapping incidents. It's pretty damn blatant obvious, and I'm sure the same agents, cops, local agencies, it's now glaringly so. And the players involved and, all that, but, so their tricks be damned, their bullshit attempts at tampering with be damned. Misuse of and this be damned, hopefully. But yeah, I hope they are paying attention to what Bulhorn, Cher, Don B, the groups up to around that, and the cleansing of and everything. All these things to get that one doing the thing and the circumventing of certain shit for Bulhorn and stuff, most likely. Around things. I hope they're paying attention. I'm sure they are. Hopefully they'll stop it, keep it from happening. For Don Pettyman's brain can build up any further, or do this twisted shit in or around any more cases, and or any of the rest of them for that matter. So, you have to go back to the last short one, put it this one, if you don't think, I'm not gonna explain everything, and I am tired, I'm getting more than a nappy, the rain is, it's divine, but it's making me sleepy. And I really want, to snack, maybe watch a show or two, and thank God for fucking cooking enough leftovers for fucking army. Anyway, I assume I'm gonna continue to deal with the blue and gold parades. And by deal with, I mean fucking ignore. Ish. Other than compiling. In an evidentiary type of way. And following through if it continues. And if anything else happens to extremes during certain dates and times that match up. But because of things I'm figuring out and pieces sliding into place here locally, I'm gonna get maybe best to back on and let the cams get it, for reasons, and to continue to put other pieces sliding in together. Yeah, mine too. all things are not as they appear. I don't think. Not in the least, and I think there's far more to what's going on with certain characters doing what they're doing around my family and the fuckery lately. Even if some of the tragedy affiliates are unaware and think it's just doing for them. Oh, I don't think so in the least. Not in the least. I think there's more than a witness or two that have been scared for a very long time wound up in, and probably been more. I think there's far more maybe to this. So for summer's sake and whatever the truth is, and pieces dropping, keys dropping, things that probably go together and that others are seeing and aware of, and just leave alone. Might be as it is for now. Unless it does certain things or whatnot. Or things happen or anything goes more extreme or more rocky, that shit. And then I'll do exactly as I said. Yeah. Shit continues with the old CZ breaches and slamming flies. Though I gotta tell you, that shit was a bunch of dumb shit if that's what the hell it did then. As far as that years-long goofball, like I told you, I wanted you, y'all want to play that fuck shit and get yourselves on it, you're ahead. I'm not gonna, and I know that others in larger tragedy events are aware of it and wanted to try to push me towards it and should have had no awareness unless it's playing with them now, right? Exactly. And that it's sudden personality flat. No, man. No. And right now with this, she's absolutely not. See, I'll go ahead and you get wound up in some more fuck shit that leaves some of your average credits and things. Some shit on your doorstep, pretending it's under like wet sack, security clearances, and some sort of field. Ain't gonna be me though. Y'all keep it on your side. Alright? Y'all played whatever that designed writer and scripter and 63 name deep, and the thing is, y'all keep it the fuck over there with you all, because I ain't ever been stupid enough to play that, and I still ain't. Alright? I ain't gonna buy that shit, just like I was never gonna buy the take that shit. And whole story ain't out there yet about that thing that several of us have been watching for quite a few years now. Maybe the others that are aware of it throughout the years. I've actually been reading its nonsense for me. It's just like, anyway, y'all watch yourselves. This place is a walk in the park. Jurassic Park. God. Maybe I should have poured the other one out. Maybe it was stronger than this one. Oh. About 14 cups going to buy us water and coffee and espresso. Whatever, man. Anyway. Y'all, I'm out of here. Y'all switch silks. Alright. And maybe mud pie. I might make it to TV though. Maybe. And I'm exhausted. I am. Well, I had so much stuff. To do. Oh. Anyway. So yeah. And look out, I really think we have had the C word. Because I was told that a family member actually tested out for it. So I'm wondering if one in between us didn't share it or whatever with us. Because they were sick first and it's the line. Now someone else is. So I'm like, bet. So I'd almost guarantee consultants, yeah. But, and it matches incubation periods and things too for each one of you. So I'd say it's definitely what's been kicking my ass. Told you, I'm like, shit, I bet. So, I was like, oh hell. Alright, then that might be the answer after all. So, and look, I feel better for about a day or so, and then it'll come back. It's like this sort of fits the pattern too. But anyway, yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it for much longer. Hell, I might. My idea a minute ago was to fix more coffee and pour out the old, rinse out everything, and then thought about going in and starting one. I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do that, because I feel like I'm end up going to bed soon. And then, yeah, I'm sort of like, coffee, latte, I don't know, espresso, I don't know if I want. Yeah, just try to drink some coconut water. Make sure I'm hydrated real good. Snack around. Make it through a show or two. I don't think that's good. And, whatnot. So, yeah. But, yeah, y'all have a good night, good morning, good evening, wherever y'all are. And, as always, please share the DV/Universal Hand Signal for Help. Canada does save lives across the board, medical emergencies, DV, kidnappings, abductions, those possibly even in, crime situations hidden away in top places, can't rescue phone calls, you name it, can save lives, especially as tech and call centers meet. More who share, and more who recognize, and more who can use, So, there's all that. But especially in those rural hollers, places like East Tennessee that riding them can't quite make sense other than that help known and admitted child and woman abusers, benefits them and is Even if it's detrimental and torment survivors and victims, it's fine as long as they get their needful things. And they ignore stats and normalize and desensitize society and people's stomachs, and they help attack and target, attempt to discredit and lie about and fuck with survivors of those they pal around with while wondering why women and children vanish. So yeah, hands can help save those in rural places. Others with very little signal. So they don't become a tragedy pimp's next tagline will act ignorant and help abuse and torment victims and survivors of, or make money off of body bags coming out. Either way, what's it to them? They make money, right? They get to ask such stupid questions as that. Maybe one day it'll catch up with them. Especially those who love that catch me if you can lifestyle. Anyway, you guys, have a good morning, good evening, good night. Please share the DV/Universal Hands looking for help. And as always, please continue to share Summer's picture, information, and color by her name. Y'all know what I mean by information. I mean local, surrounding, law enforcement, state police, TBI, FBI. The Q&A is up for summer with the feds. Local investigative journalists like Ainsley Bobo, news sources like Kingsport Times, Rogers Review, Johnson City Press, Hawkins News over here on YouTube, etc. Not those who fist bump the tragedy pimps. The ends in front of Idaho for Bulhorn. Not the entertainment news types and talking heads. I don't mean social media and YouTubers and whatever else. I don't even mean any of our dumbasses speaking. Because we're nothing in that regard. All we can ever do is speak from our perspectives, what we know, what we're willing to say, what we feel is safe to say, that type of thing, and it doesn't mean any of it's thing, or counts, or is, or whatever. And, so, stick with local surrounding law enforcement agencies, state police, TBI, FBI, real investigative journalists with skill, and also remember they have created fake journalists over here, opinionated and made people believe that they were our real local investigative journalists like Bobo and them. So always vet your sources too, make sure it's the real ones. But if you attach a link for any of the real news articles from any real journalists, investigative ones, etc., TBI, FBI, local law enforcement, etc., to the, when you share something like Summer's picture, information, with her name, all the basics on it, like her flyer, and then you put up a link and change it out every now and then. Maybe the right thing at the right time. I hit the right ears or eyes, and somebody will have an aha, and it'll be the very thing they still need. And it'll help bring her home to her community, her brothers, and to law enforcement so that she and they can tell her story. And the truth and light could shine and justice be served. It can even help out and catch the person or persons responsible, as wild as it sounds. So it is a very tangible way in which you can help Summer. And since I've mentioned the others today, these others like Jenny, Adrian, Ryan's, all the rest, the Dombies or breasts are inserted in, like Layla Hollians, Sebastian's. Please continue to do the same for all those. Please share their picture information and call them by their name. All of them have a Q&A up with the feds, except for one, and it's a Kingsport, but they all have Q&As. And if you all spend even 2 minutes going and reading those, it helps keep you all safe from tragedy, pimp shenanigans, Kool-Aid, mind-fucking. And it makes sure these tragedy pimps have to stay within certain bounds instead of just doing whatever the hell and feeding on whatever else. So it creates a little bit of work for them in that way. Right? And makes you all less likely to become victims of theirs too. Watch yourselves around here, they will wind you all up and eat you. Just as well and use you all to be even more a buffer for their criminal activity. So they can get by with while you're left holding them back. They eat those with true hearts that are truly human, that truly care around here. And there are always pebbles and others helping them hunt and seek you out and draw you in these chats. Remember that. And guard yourselves thusly. It's not just us around all these things are after. It's you all too. Keep yourself safe. Alright, you guys. I'm out of here. Enjoy your snacks, your storms. Hope all of you in the path of the hurricane are safe and stay that way. I do. I do. Y'all, please continue to kick out the good pebbles and light the good sparks and be a voiceman where you can. Changes lives, saves them, changes the world around you. One little thing at a time, even if you're never aware of it. All the little things affect the other things. Call it what you will, ripple effects, butterfly effect. The little things matter. So y'all enjoy your night, your snacks, stay safe. Dance in the storms. Stay safe from those that are massive. Enjoy the spec, the vast cosmos. Y'all have a good morning and good evening and good night, and thank y'all for being here. Live long and prosper, my dudes.